I think by now we're ready to get rid of the fake government that runs the reality TV show called the United States, because we're all sick and tired of it. Think about it for a minute. What does this so-called government of yours actually do these days? They stage mass shootings with cross-dressing men. I don't know if they really, or if it's all fake, but that's not the sort of thing the government should be doing. The other thing they're trying very hard right now is to yet again start World War III. They're trying everything in their power to start war with Iran. And I have a message for the U.S. military. Anybody in the military who attacks Iran on behalf of Israel will be guilty of treason and will face the death penalty. If you try to start a war with Iran on behalf of a country that is run by, and this is not going to be allowed to continue. And let's take a pause and listen to Trump talk about how he is just an actor. Watch this clip about him just repeating about central casting. So who are these people who are running this reality show pretending to be a government? Well, I went to Italy. I met some of them. People who hide in the shadows, like Leo Zagami, who told me that they ran, Obama, and then you have people like Jared Kushner, who are now running a obviously fake and evil Trump, the real one, who worked with the U.S. Patriots and the U.S. Space Force, has not been seen, but the U.S. Space Force is on the case, and right now the Anglo-Saxon people are getting ready to remove these Satan-worshipping criminals from the top of their power structure. I'm sure you saw the news that Prince Andrew was arrested. This is the first time a British royal has been arrested in 400 years. The last one was beheaded. But this is serious. This means that they are actually cleaning out these criminals from the government. Something similar is happening in Canada. And we also noticed that the controllers of the fake U.S. show were trying to bypass the United Nations with this so-called Board of Peace for Gaza. They managed to get representatives of less than 10% of the world's population to participate in this facade, or this farce. And you can be sure the participants are both bribed and blackmailed. And this means that for example, President Erdogan of Turkey is attending. He's definitely compromised. If you're a Turkish patriot, you need to remove him because he's a Mossad asset. I'm afraid the same has to be said for Viktor Orban of Hungary. He should not be there. The Habsburgs need to remove him and find someone who's not compromised to lead the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which is now resurgent, by the way, and is fighting to reassert its control over Central Europe and liberate itself from the satanic EU. So that's happening. And again, you'll see that the so-called American government is very isolated now. Germany, France, the UK, Canada, they're not participating in this facade. The UK is not letting the Americans, or should I say the Israelis and their few remaining American slaves use any British air bases, and that includes Diego Garcia, for some attempt to start war with Iran. This is not how we want to decide our future. And the economy in the United States continues to implode. The so-called tariffs have resulted in a drop in U.S. exports, an increase in imports, and it's just been a tax on the American people. Your economy is being destroyed by these criminals. All they're trying to do right now is spend all your future investment money to build an AI control grid so that you don't get liberated from these controllers. And that is going to be taken away from them. The process of deciding what we as a species do in the future must not be in the hands of hidden Satan worshipping reality TV show scriptwriters. That's not what we were supposed to have as government. We were supposed to have elected representatives of the people doing what the people asked for. And they did not ask for a war with Iran. They did not ask for fake trans shooting events. And they did not ask for all the money to be pumped through the stock market and billionaire insiders instead of handed to the people So this is not going to be allowed to continue. We still expect this thing to continue imploding, but there's no way they're going to put the lid on this. I noticed that the local police have been starting to examine the Zorro Ranch, the Epstein Ranch in New Mexico, or is it Arizona? I forget. Anyway, this is important because the local police have the jurisdiction, and there's no way the FBI, which is clearly an agency working for Satanists to cover up for the leadership of these blackmailed pedophiles, is not going to be able to stop it. And there are other investigations. Like I say, the fall of Prince Andrew is just the first, but many more will follow. And people like Anderson Cooper Vanderbilt resigning from TV is not going to cut it. If you see the comments everywhere, we're going to remove these people, and if they don't remove themselves, they will end up being facing court-martials and military tribunals. This is now inevitable. And I also want to point out that any mainstream news, this includes the Russian official news agency that's not reporting on this, is compromised. This group of people, this is the Chabad cult that believes people who are not members of their cult, and that includes Jews and other peoples, must be executed or enslaved, and they are the ones we have to remove. We have to systematically remove all Chabad members from their synagogues of Satan, and take them in for questioning, and we need to purge the system once and for all. This cannot be allowed to continue. But like I say, we don't expect more action until March. In the meantime, this whole thing is going to implode more and more, but the sheer anger of the population is not going to be swept under the rug. Even though they're trying to distract us with hearings and shows and more revelations, I'm not even, I don't even want to watch any more of these, I don't want to become desensitized. We need to get to the punishment phase now. But, take a look at all this clip about what has been said about Prince Andrew. Why hasn't Hillary Clinton been arrested for ripping the skin off the face of a 10-year-old girl and torturing her to death, as we have video evidence of? Why are these people still there in public? It's happening to the extent that they cannot go outside of the United States and Israel. The Bill Gates, or the actor representing the financial interests of the Microsoft empire, declined to go to India because I guess they're not going to be allowed to get away with this, and it's coming down for sure. And then, and only then, can we start building a future planning agency, which is run by the people, for the people, to create the future we want, not the future they're trying to herd us into. So this dystopian nightmare has to end, and I personally will keep fighting to the very bitter end to make sure it happens. And we've got a critical mass now. It's good to see that the Canadians and the British are on the case, along with the U.S. Space Force, and hopefully the white hats will be able to clean up the United States before it's all too late. There's other things happening in East Asia. South Korea just sentenced their president to life in jail for trying to overthrow the government on behalf of his, Khazarian mafia handlers. I'm not going to say more about Japan, but something will happen here too. And once the Chinese New Year celebration's over, I expect very, very big things to happen. But the most important is we need to replace the satanic state of Israel with Judea, which would be a multi-ethnic, multi-religious state and it will happen. And that means they will have nowhere else to hide except maybe Argentina. And again, we'll send troops down to Argentina to round them up. We cannot let them escape anywhere. This time, once and forever. So it will happen. Just wait and see. But everybody must take any action they personally can. If you see one of these people in public, and the list has been published, if you see them, you're entitled to make a citizen's arrest. And you're legally allowed to use necessary force if they try to resist arrest. If you're one of their bodyguards, you either arrest them yourself or you will end up in jail too. This is not going to end well for you if you keep protecting these people. And they're about to lose their magic money machine. When that happens, all the hired goons and whores will be gone, and they will be all alone, which is how they're supposed to be. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now, I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Can you give us any information as to this massive buildup of U.S. military in the Middle East preparing to launch an attack on Iran? I know you said last week it's a lot of chest beating and intimidation, but even the Iranian government are now warning of an imminent attack. What are your thoughts on this?
It's very clear that the Israelis know that their blackmail network is imploding, and they know they're going to face justice. So they're going for one last big Hail Mary attempt to start World War III. But even if some U.S. compromised military try to attack Iran, it'll be a very, very catastrophic defeat because 3 U.S. aircraft carriers have already been destroyed, and they've disappeared from the news. Harry S. Truman, the Nimitz, there's one more. Anyway, they're all gone, and 2 more will sink if they try this. The fact is that the Chinese have a very advanced ship there that will destroy any assets that try to attack Iran. The Iranians, by the way, have plenty of gold which they're willing to offer to the American people and to the U.S. military as soon as they shake off this satanic control and end the rule of this Canaanite death cult. But yeah, they're going to try to start a war, and as I said at the beginning, any military who participate on this on behalf of Israel will face the death penalty for treason, unless they're an Israeli citizen, in which case they'll face war crimes trials after Israel falls, and if they're innocent, they won't go to jail. But if they are, they face the legal penalties. Next question.
Hi, Ben. China is a white hat ally, but that does not mean China will not be brutally competitive with other countries, including the United States. Given that, why should China go along with the plan to help overthrow the Khazarians and sanction a Jubilee? If they simply let us continue down the path we're on, the West will cease to be significant, turning China back into the world's superpower. So why would they help us if it doesn't seem to be in their best interest?
Well, first of all, the Chinese are aware that it was largely through Western help that China was able to modernize. And the other thing is that the Chinese like win-win solutions. It's actually better for them to have a prosperous West because it'll mean more markets and more places to sell their wares. And also, they're willing to build mega factories in the United States and Europe because it's in their interest. And even if China doesn't help, the West will still have to bite the bullet, live within its means, and, fix its economic system so that it can once again compete China. Look, China would have never surpassed us if we hadn't become infected with this satanic parasitical cult. There's no way. We would have left them in the dust long ago. We would have already been out in the stars if these people hadn't taken over our system. And once we get rid of them, the West will be strong again, with or without Chinese help. But I understand the Chinese are willing to help because it is in their interest. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I just learned today that as of last week, the Federal Reserve no longer technically exists. It has been backed into the U.S. Treasury, and the Rothschilds' financial control of the people of this world has seemingly ended. If this is true, we have much to celebrate. Have you heard about this, and is there any truth to it?
I have seen announcements that show that the Federal Reserve Board has been put inside the U.S. Treasury, but the U.S. Treasury is being run by Rothschild servants, so it's not over yet. We need to make sure that the entire Rothschild clan is rounded up and removed from control of finances. So, yeah, the so-called Federal Reserve Board is part of the Treasury, but look who's running the Treasury. So it's not over yet, and it won't until the U.S. corporation is bankrupted and the United States Republic is restored with the help of England and Canada and Mexico, who are all standing by to help our American friends get rid of these criminals who took over their system. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Getting back to the 40,000 American troops that are being deployed across the Middle East in preparation for a potential war with Iran, do you expect that the United States will actually go through with this?
I think that they're smart enough to realize that any real attack would be a disaster. And, good military minds understand that you don't pick a fight you're going to lose. And they would lose this big time. So I don't think it'll happen. There may be some limited air attacks by compromised assets, but they're not stupid and they're not suicidal, so I don't think it'll happen. But if it does, like I say, it'll be the end of the U.S. military power in the Middle East, and it'll be the end of Israel. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. It says, for months into years, you've been reporting that you have been in talks with these Asian royals who had offered to give $100 trillion to wipe all the debts and essentially have a jubilee. In essence, to wipe the slate clean for everyone, no strings attached. Now today, as in last week, after all your hard work, you have turned down their offer, stating who are they to do this? Well, why now? And who were you when you initially started these conversations? I had thought you were a person of influence whom these people respect and trust. So now what is the master plan, or is there not one?
Well, the reason why we turned down this offer is because it's still magic money created out of nowhere by hidden people. And so the plan now is to have a Bretton Woods type conference. So we replace the government of Keir Starmer, who is a blackmailed pedophile, with a genuinely representative government in the UK, and then we call for an international conference to discuss in public, in front of everybody, with participation of everybody who's interested, and how to fix the financial system so that it reflects the needs of this planet. Already 150 countries have been working on such a process, and this will continue. But like I say, we decided that what we need is not some secret people making magic money out of nothing. We need to have an open international conference to redesign the financial system so that it actually fits the needs of life on this earth. So that's why. Like I say, putting numbers in a computer and saying this is it, we control everything, it's just replacing one secret group with another. We want this to be a public good run by the public and for the public, using the smartest people on earth to help manage it. And so that requires an international public conference. That's what we're calling for now. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
So we have Iran, which is basically being decimated by the leadership and militaries of the White Hat organization. We're going to see this continue probably for several more weeks. The decimation. So the globalists basically took over Iran 47 plus however many years ago, and started to convert it into what they were going to use as a pretty much controlling the world through nukes. So they were trying to get Iran up to the point where they could use the nuclear capabilities that they were helping to develop in Iran to that point. Now, Iran basically was taking all of its oil revenue and putting it into controlling the entire Middle East through their different groups, Hamas, Hezbollah, and many other places, many other groups that there's so many, ISIS, so forth, and then have puppet rulerships in different states like Iraq and so forth. But we're seeing that being decimated right now. So it's been a long-term, movement to that point. The globalists, like I said, we're going to use Iran as basically controlling the world. You get out of line, we're going to nuke you, with our puppets in Iran. So that was the ultimate goal. So that is why, the White Hat leadership in different countries and so forth, Saudi Arabia was involved in this. Of course, had to take down the bad leadership that was in Saudi Arabia. So it's been a process. Of course, again, Iran has had their minions and their puppets moving all around the world with the backing of the globalists, and of course Iran's oil revenue, which did not go to its people. So its people have been suppressed for 47 years. They have fled from Iran. They're all around the world. Khomeini, and he was evil incarnate. If you want to pick a Lucifer type person that had incarnated into an individual, he was definitely would be top of the list. And then his minions that surrounded him. Now, the U.S. strike was very interestingly timed because they had an AI system that evidently they probably knew was part of the deep states. It was woke. It was trying to tell the military what they were going to do. And I guess at the last minute, just 9 hours or something like that, I think that the AI system was Anthropic. They basically canned it and said that you will be, part of, turning over all of your AI information to the U.S. military. Don't get out of line, right? So they went with another system. And I think the reason why they did that is because Anthropic was infiltrated by the deep state, and they would have been able to control the strike and other strikes by, the White Hats. So by going in and taking down, these different systems and controlling them in a positive way, we're able to move forward. Now, there's still within our U.S. government, there's still deep state elements, right? There's still deep state elements within every European country. There's still deep state elements within Saudi Arabia, within Kuwait, within, you name the country, Qatar. Still deep state elements out there, guys. And in some cases, very silent. And in other cases, kind of out. We know who they are, like the Hillary and Bill Clinton's deep state puppets. So they were removed from, their power. Joe Biden, who was executed before he even got to office, and then a puppet, I think, of maybe back and forth, a deep state and, the White Hats. Both of them utilized him or that position. So that's part of a bigger picture that's going on right here. So understanding that, we're in a war, and whatever successes that we've had significant successes so far in Iran, but it will continue as far as like the strikes. So the decimation of the Iranian, IRGC, they're basically their military arm, will continue. And I think if they continue their missile strikes, because again, Iran is still under the thumb of the deep state globalist. So they have to continue. And this is what's going to happen for the next several years. Like many of us have been predicting, once this goes kinetic, which the deep state war has now gone kinetic on a massive scale. It's been, little bits here and there, people being exposed, five-dimensional chess moves and so forth, like we've been talking about for several years. Now it's kinetic. Now the kinetic will reach action will probably reach everywhere. Right. So we know that they have basically infiltrated the United States with their terrorist organizations. And at some point, I would say within the next few weeks or so, we're going to start to see kinetic activity from their terrorist cells that are all around the world. Right. So again, all of the money, deep state monies, which was substantial and still is, we talk trillions, but they're on the quadrillion dollar level, now as things progress, and people are taken out, there's going to be multiple victories, but they will have their victories as well. Right. This is a war, a widespread war. And, once these terrorist activities start, it's going to be devastating. Now, here in America, we're not prepared for it on the level that it's going to happen. Right. And Europe is they're probably unbelievably going to devastate Europe. All right. So, because they have no guns. Now, we at least have guns, but we're not organized. We should have been organizing years ago. But this is part of the deep state puppetry that's been going on, throughout much of the U.S. to prevent that from happening, against good militia and so forth that could have been forming. So those militias will have to form. And they will form very rapidly. I'm sure there's many of us that are ready to start that process. We just have to get the green light. And the green light may be once the attack starts, and then we just form. So President Trump is a destroyer. He is not the man that's going to create going forward. We are going to create. So he's destroying the deep state, and then it's going to be up to us to create within our own communities, our counties, our states, and so forth, the new, America that's going to go forward. So many of these places are going to resist because they have deep state MK Ultra puppetry that's going on in a lot of these states and so forth. Many of these people have probably been taken out at the higher levels, but some of them still remain. And some of them are figureheads. I think Gavin Newsom is just a figurehead. It's easy to see that, people like that will probably go to the wayside very quickly. I predicted that for a long time. I predicted that we would probably see this war initiate either this weekend or I said next weekend. And the reason why I don't give specifics is because people watch me and it would have an impact. So I want there to be this, sometimes you have to have a surprise. And that's what happened with the top leadership in Iran. They were probably bunkered down real hard during the night, early morning hours, and then during the day, which very rarely there's strikes, and they thought that their systems would have been able to prevent any attacks, but they got hit at a time where rarely ever are there attacks on the level that happened. So again, I think AI systems that they had developed and implemented at the last minute were able to carry these things off. Now here in the United States, for the last several years, there's been a lot of nuke sniffers. These are planes that fly and they have very sophisticated software and so forth, and scanning devices, and satellite communication, and communication with other aircraft that are in the air. looking for nukes, and they've been flying around. So obviously, they've been looking for nukes for several years here in the United States. I believe they have been, hunting and finding a lot of these nukes that have been in the United States in many major cities that were going to be set off. All right. So this is one of the reasons why Donald Trump, I believe, stepped back during the 2020 election still, and then he was still in charge. Remember, he got on a plane before he met with the Biden lookalike guy, and so he should have been giving him the biscuit for the nuke codes. And he just got on an aircraft early and flew away. He wasn't at the fake inauguration that had happened earlier, right? So a lot of this is, we've been observing this and talking about this for years. It's not as much well known as it should be at this point. We're at the point now where things are going to start to accelerate, and if you don't have a good foundational understanding of what's happening, you're going to get really confused and maybe even angry and speak out and get involved in some of these ridiculous demonstrations that are happening. Because I've heard from friends that have asked me yesterday, do you think this is all about Israel, protecting Israel? It's like this. No, it's like protecting the world against the deep state. It's a globalist system we're taking down. All right. So fortunately, we have elements within Israel that have been very helpful. Now, again, same thing. Is all of Israel, white hat? No, of course not. There's Rothschild built Israel. Of course, there's it's riddled with deep state elements. Same as the United States, riddled throughout our military and so forth. President Trump, remember, we met with all those generals and admirals, maybe a couple months back, and he said, "You're either with us or against us." And I'm 45, 46, and 47. If you don't like that, there's a door. Well, probably a lot of those admirals and generals didn't leave that meeting, right? That's my thoughts. So riddled with deep state guys. They've had many decades to infiltrate and take over. They've had virtually unlimited, funding to create these, pay people off and pay other people to take out people that were not part of their team, that were never going to be converted. All right. So many of us have, been subjected to their terror attacks and attempts at our lives and our families and so forth. But we have been involved in the war for a long time. Unfortunately, many of you have been on another level. So, my background is, 24 years in the SEAL teams and the highest level of SEAL Team 6 with combat experience, in charge of a lot of, organizations, create a lot of organizations within the SEAL teams, very, very high level stuff, work with very, very high level people, and very, very high level top secret stuff. So I get to see a lot of stuff. And I saw over time, especially as I got out and started to work as a security contractor for the CIA for 11 years, the deep involvement of the deep state within a lot of these institutions. And for the most part, they've taken over many of these institutions. They even made a run at the SEAL teams and were very close to controlling the SEAL teams. And Donald Trump came in and basically started cleaning that up. So there is a lot of cleanup that still needs to be done within our country. And we're going to have people on there going to talk about that. In our states, of course, California being one of the worst, Illinois, Chicago, we have, where did Obama come from? Chicago. So he's probably one of the worst infiltrated, treasonous presidents in history, but there's been a lot. There's been a lot of them. Jimmy Carter was one. So we can go through a lot of different people that have been treasonous over time, and that's going to be brought out. Now you go to another state like New York, which is very, very problematic now because we have an Islamist that is there running the mayorship, Mamdani, in New York, one of the most populous cities in America, if not the most populous city in America. So we have the Islamists that have been infiltrating. And again, if we go all the way back to Iran, like I said, if we were going to look at a figure that had been Lucifer incarnate, that was him, and he's gone now. So you're going to have, like we've seen in Pakistan, the U.S. embassies are going to get attacked by these Islamist puppets, right? So in Pakistan, in Lahore, where I spent a lot of time, in Karachi, make a move on the embassy. So the embassies, the embassy's actually in Islamabad. There's like movement to go into that one. So the other, places where we have consulates in Karachi, like I said, Peshawar and Lahore, they're being attacked, right? So this is all coordinated, just like 30 minutes before President Trump came out and said that we had just started attacking the Islamists in Iran. We had demonstrators setting up in New York, right, before. So they knew it was coming, and they were setting up with their demonstrators with all their signs already made and everything. So as women in Iran are celebrating because they no longer have to wear the hijab, or whatever that thing called, where they wear the covering, they were celebrating because they have thrown off the dictatorship, the evil group that was controlling them. Women in Iran are treated like cattle. I've been to a lot of these Islamist states throughout the Middle East, and women are below or the lowest of the low. And you would think that especially in New York, where you have the feminist craziness, they would be all happy for them. No, they're being pushed to demonstrate. This is the kind of craziness. It doesn't make sense in any world that you would have people demonstrating because people are being free, women are being freed. So you have women in New York on a massive scale, probably, and will continue in a lot of other U.S. cities, I believe, that are demonstrating because they feel that they should still be enslaved. Wow, right? So this is the level of capture and control that we have throughout the world by the globalist deep state guys. Right? So like I'm saying, this is the beginning of the kinetic activity. All right. So the kinetic activity, I think, will be very severe in New York. Right. So these liberal idiots that are running around with their little signs, protesting, they're in big trouble right now because, New York has let these Islamists in. So has Texas. So has, Texas. You think the Republic of Texas? No way. Yeah. Governor Abbott is a deep state puppet, guys. Right. So he has let that border stay wide open. And it wasn't until like a couple of years ago that a lot of us got together and started to protest that he made the effort now, because everybody's watching him. And he's supposed to be one of the good guys. He started to stop the border invasion in Texas. So it's one of those things that we're going to have to look at. The Islamists that are around the country now are going to probably be a massive problem, guys. They're very, very, like I've been saying, emotionally illiterate, and they're going to be, like a fire. They're going to be started, and they're going to riot and destroy like nothing we've ever seen. All right, so this is going to be a massive problem wherever the Islamists have come into. We're seeing in some states, Minnesota, Minneapolis, and so forth, where you have the Islamists that have come from the Somaliland, right? Somali. So the pirates of Somalia, Islamist pirates, it's crazy. So a lot of these places that have the Somali pirates are going to have problems too, because they're going to riot, right? We've already seen Ilhan Omar at the State of the Union, speaking out in ways that, she basically should have been arrested and taken away and just deported right there, right? So why are they letting her stay? Because she's going to be part of the reveal, right? So the reveals have to continue. Yeah, they're like the locust, absolutely. And, you have to burn them out. You're going to have to burn them out, guys, all right? It's going to be tragic going forward. So in the dark of the night, 10 minutes before President Donald Trump even announced that the U.S. and Israel had attacked Iran, a network of U.S. nonprofits aligned with China, Russia, and Tehran activated foot soldiers to hit America's streets, right? So this is, it's on. We have these groups that are out there, protesting. They're definitely going to be a problem going forward. We need to be aware of that. They will be basically in the way of us, going after the Islamists when they start to, do terrorist attacks in the United States and the rest of the places in the world. And that's frustrating because having to shoot around idiots like that at the real target is going to be, they're going to find out. They're effing around. They're going to find out, guys. All right. So I have friends in New York City. Still, I feel your pain. So we know, we that are awake know. But how many people have been MK Ultra'd? Most people, NPCs, all kind of crazy stuff out there, guys. All right, so let's look at some other things. 3 tankers damaged in Gulf as U.S.-Iran conflict escalates. So you're probably, I would highly recommend that you go out and gas up all of your vehicles now. And if you have extra cans, maybe gas them up because the price of gas is going to go higher. And it always happens in these Middle Eastern conflicts like this, guys. It's just part of what happens because everybody's, well, right now, the Strait of Hormuz, where a lot of oil flows. Now, you would think at this point, we're not dependent on that. But, these people that control the price of oil as well are going to see this opportunity to make a little extra income, right? So we'll see probably the price of oil explode upwards until Iran becomes no longer a factor in potentially controlling the Strait of Hormuz. So oil shipments in Persian Gulf already disrupted. So the price of oil will skyrocket. That will blow up inflation. We will have deflation, as we're already seeing right now in the housing, because it's basically, a card of, debt, and it's going to get, one of those cards is going to get pulled, and they're all going to fall down. So that the housing price, where a lot of people, depend on their, their income and their sense of, I'm rich or whatever they have going on, is going to crumble. Right, the price of silver and gold are going to skyrocket, and there won't be any holding them back this time, guys. Stock market probably going to get some big hits going forward, and then who knows, as the war, as maybe it seems that it's under control. That's when the stock market might recover and come back a little bit. But I've been predicting that the first quarter was going to be when the stock market was going to really take a big hit. So I would venture to say that the opening bell tomorrow morning, start watching the futures tonight around 6 o'clock Eastern time is when the futures start. So you're going to see a downward implosion in probably the prices of the stock market. Now somebody bet heavy in put options just before the close on Friday. It's kind of like those companies or somebody that invested heavy puts in aircraft companies just before 9/11. So was that the congressmen and women that basically seemed to profit heavily on the stock market? Marjorie Taylor Greene, massive culprit, who decided to basically bail and leave us hanging, where we're very tight in Congress for Republicans. to pass votes, and she decided January 3rd or whatever she was going to bail because people don't like her in the way she wants them to. I say bullshit. She's a deep state puppet, right? So we're going to see a lot of people like that going forward. It's going to be very obvious. They're going to be exposed. I think our government basically gets replaced by something else at some point. I think most of the religions get replaced by something else going forward. They're going to be exposed, which I say 85 and 90% of the religious institutions here in the United States are corrupt. I would say pretty much all of Islam is corrupt, all of it, right? Everywhere. So, of course, there's good people within all of these religions, guys. And a lot of people have been banging up on the Jews because they think that, it's some kind of Khazarian mafia. Yes, that does exist. But many good people within all of these religions, we have to break free from this massive globalist control system that's everywhere. And part of that's probably going to be at some point breaking free from these religions. You're going to see that, I think going forward that your connection to God is not part of any religion. And I think once that becomes very obvious to most people, then religions just fall away like so fast, it'll be ridiculous. Same thing with our governmental systems throughout the world. We're going to see how manipulated and controlled they are. We already do, right? So they'll fall away, and because they can't continue. The CIA, the FBI, you name the three-letter agency, it's probably, if it's a three-letter agency, for the most part, it's probably been created by the deep state, right? So all of that has to go away. Now, can it go away tomorrow? Of course not. There's a lot of these idiots, like I was talking about, they're going to support this shit. And so they have to either be educated or removed and other people put into place so they can be, taken apart, right? So we've seen that with Doge, the beginning of that. Now that's going to accelerate as far as like the corruption and the graft and the, nepotism and so forth that's been going on, around the world, not just here in America. That gets exposed on a massive level, especially with the Epstein files, exposing that. Epstein, in their group was part of the deep state globalist, control system. So that control system has shattered, and more of that information is coming out. Now, I've seen some reports that some of that information is in Iran, and that's one of the reasons why we're hitting Iran. You might remember that Obama basically sent billions of dollars to Iran in cash on a U.S. military aircraft. What was that? I think we're going to find out that was pretty much a payoff to allow them to start to keep documentation and so forth in some of their bunker systems. So that will be seized, I think, soon, and more exposure will happen. So, the level of the deep state throughout the world is going to be staggering to everyone. It's staggering to me now, but as things get, exposed, you're just going to shake your head. The trillions, I said initially it was $1 trillion worth of fraud in California. And as the information starts to come, it's like, no, that's a lowball number. It's trillions, right? So our national debt, which is, 30 something trillion, whatever it is, that's part of the deep state puppetry that's been going on to steal from we, the people of America. All right. So we, the people, are going to decide, what goes forward. But the destruction of those systems that have been controlling and manipulating and robbing us have to be destroyed. And then once they're destroyed, it's up to us. And that's the way it was always us. They stole it from us and made us believe that it was the government that took care of us, but that was a deep state. So the government has to be completely dissolved because that's the deep state. The government's a deep state, right? You have one or two people in there. I'm just because President Trump, and he's got a whole group of people that I think are, very involved and very, very perfect for this. Now, some of these people that are there are still being exposed, just like he did in his first government. So the exposure and the the destruction, the takedown, we're looking at years into the future, guys. It's a war, and wars don't end, especially when you look at World War I, World War II. Civil wars probably in every country for hundreds, thousands of years. That's all deep state. That's all deep state. So thinking that the deep state goes down with the takedown of Iran is ridiculous, right? It's going to be a kinetic thing that's going to happen. It's going to happen in every country. People are going to rise up. There'll be kinetic activity from people basically taking down who they know are deep state, just like the Iranians tried to do. There were probably people that were snatched and put in underground, torture places and all kind of crazy stuff. So the real numbers will probably, come out later. That's not just going to be confined to Iran. I bet we're going to find this kind of stuff's been going on in Europe and in the United States and other countries, Mexico, you name the country, for quite some time now. Mexico, we saw how simple and easy it was to a great extent. Of course, the military members that were involved in that seizure of Maduro. Wow, it's crazy. How that. I mean, it doesn't it seem like, like when was that? Like years ago. So things have flown by, right? So we never had a kinetic activity in Venezuela. That was one of the ones that was easy to take down. Cuba, we're probably, I don't know if we're going to have a non-kinetic activity taking down the deep state in Cuba. Mexico, it's gotten pretty brutal in Mexico, and I think it's going to continue. And I think it's going to be a lot worse, unfortunately. Canada. So you have Canada, you have the deep state, and Canada has to be taken down. So we're surrounded, guys. And I remember there was this one vision, supposedly, that President Washington had, where he saw this coming civil war, and then he saw where America is surrounded by enemies, and there was going to be smoke, and you weren't going to know who was your enemy, who was your friend, all across America, and then it would clear, and America would finally be good. So Juan O'Savin has talked about that near-death experience for the United States. So it still remains to be seen what that looks like. Will that be a literal nuclear strike, or some of these energy weapons have been using, they come out with something even more devastating, or some kind of devastation that happens, which I think is possible still in California. Of course, I'm close to California. I'm trying to mitigate that through my consciousness, right? I know a lot of you guys do the same thing. Now, as things get even more hectic out there, I'm looking at French naval ship in Red Sea intercepts 2 drones. So we're probably going to see a wider involvement from France and England and maybe Saudi Arabia, maybe Bahrain, and some of the other countries are going to start getting involved. It's going to be a literal world war, right, against Iran. But remember, it's not against Iran per se. It's against the globalist. So once we have this knocked out, it's not going to be, we're all hunky-dory. Iran's, the evil in Iran's eliminated. No. This is the kinetic beginning. The kinetic beginning, right? We'll see more of this activity all around the world, right? Maybe not on this level, maybe, and maybe we will for some cities around the world, where the deep state and the leftist and leftists are not just in the United States, leftists are around the world, and the criminally insane, low IQ, low emotional IQ, leftists that are going to demonstrate because they've been, they find them. And then they program them through the school system, and then they program them through the political system, and so forth. So we have years, decades, and decades of programming for a lot of these people that are going to fight us, right, within our own cities, right? So that's one of the things we have to look forward to, right? I say we look forward to it because it's time for that bullshit to end, right? It's time for that to get cleaned up so we can move on and create the world that we're dreaming of. We've been dreaming of for decades and decades and decades. All my life, I've been dreaming of this world that I was like, where is it? What's stopping it? The deep state, right? So the deep state, once it's removed, and they're going to fight all the way to the end, right? They're programmed to fight and go, just like I saw when we went into Iraq. They basically had guerrilla warfare. So we're going into guerrilla warfare. We will be going into guerrilla warfare with the deep state, right? So their main systems are being destroyed, just like I said, just like in Iraq. But that war went on for a while. Now, part of the reason why that war went on for as long as it did is because there's deep state elements that were involved in controlling, manipulating that thing to continue. It could have been, a few months. In fact, it was so fast that they sent the Marines, who were exceptional at this. They sent them to Afghanistan, and then Afghanistan was done. And then they were like, well, let's send them back to Iraq, because Iraq, and I can tell you, Iraq, the reason why it continued to get so violent, so crazy, is because you had deep state puppets that were puppeting things in Iraq, right? So then you get the Marines back in there. Fortunately, Marines aren't, completely controlled by the deep state. They came in and cleaned up again. So will we have Marines clean up here in the United States? Yes, we've already started that process. We started in LA. So we'll continue this process. At some point, executive order comes out so that we have free and fair elections. It may be too far into the game now for that to be successful. So we may see the election pushed, and that would be, I think, more beneficial. I just heard Juan O'Save, and I'd love to talk to him in more detail about some of these things, because I went on a giant search yesterday in the mountainous areas in Nevada, where the ancient tribes that were hiding out in caves and so forth, and coming in and cannibalizing them. So eventually they ganged up and basically took out the giants. These giants and remnants of the giants, that skeletal remains and all kind of stuff, those have disappeared, right? And this goes back to who I believe the deep state is, and a negative ET group that basically came in, the fallen, Lucifer's angels, basically a war in heaven. They were cast down into the earth. They were probably coming to completely take over Earth. There was some kind of intervention that was started, and that intervention is continuing to this day. So it is a war against good and evil. They have hidden a lot of this stuff. At one time, there was like some kind of handprint in the rock, and that giant must have been, he must have had samadhi, where he had, total enlightenment, and he pushed his hand into solid rock. So they came in and scraped that out. So, and we don't know where the giant mummies that they found are, that they just disappear this stuff. They hide all this stuff. So this is the deep state activity, trying to cover up, their intervention here in America and taking over our world, not just America, but the world. So that's going to be revealed. So that's a massive rabbit hole to go down, right? So that alone is like, wow. You look at that and you're like, well, we need to understand the foundation of why this deep state globalist thing is here. That's where we need to go. We need to find that out, just like we're going to destroy the deep state. They're 47 years of getting Iran ready to basically manipulate and control the world, and now that's been taken away. Probably have some backups to that, all right? So probably have some backups to that. So we're going to get some of that soon. Now they'll probably, try and work as long as they can, Iran. They'll keep Iran, they got missile systems and all kind of stuff. They're shooting at everybody now, everybody in the Middle East. So that should show you right there that's the deep state. Iran, Iran wouldn't do that if they were, real people with, a sense of, purpose and connection with the rest of the Middle East. It is a deep state, operation that's going off right now in Iran. So that has to be completely eliminated, and everybody's waking up to that. And it's like those first strikes that we saw with the most powerful military in the world, with the help of Israel, the good military in Israel, we did that initial strike. Now everybody else is going to start to pour in, right? I believe. Because it's like, okay, if we can completely knock them out, and if the people can take over, and all of the IRGC that are still there, surrender and say, hey, we don't want to die. No, guys. Remember, they're going to fight to the death, all right? And just like they did in many Middle Eastern countries that I went to over the years, they just go into guerrilla warfare, all right? So they're prepared to do that, and they're prepared to do that around the world. So we just already saw some of their activity in Pakistan, where they sent their minions in to start to go after the United States embassies. Now, I was in, Pakistan back when they had, this one woman that was Bashir, I think, that was running for prime minister. She was assassinated. So they came after all the Christians all over the country, and they came after all of our embassies and our consulates with their, brainwashed minions. I was like, what? That's your government that did that. It wasn't United States. Well, who knows? Maybe it was the United States, deep state. But regardless, this is an opening salvo, I think, that we're seeing in Pakistan. We'll probably see more of this, like we're already seeing the demonstrations, like I said, in New York, already prepared, even before President Trump came out and said we're doing the attack, right? And they're got the signs prepared and everything. So we have deep state elements throughout the world. China, controlled, like Juan said, by the British Empire. So we have, the British Empire. Another major place where, Rothschild's activity is France, Rothschild activity. Those governments, although they may act like they're playing, I think there are elements, like I said, of the military and white hat activity that are there. But still, you're going to have to clear out those black hats, right? Starmer and all the other idiots that are running. The only ones that I see, Hungary is good, Italy kind of, sort of, right? So we have a few places where we have good leadership, white hat leadership within some of those countries. But for the most part, most of those countries are going to be cleaned, right? The leadership of those countries. So that's I don't know. I guess it's either going to be kinetic activity, or they've been playing all along and they're going to step aside, and I don't know. So it'll be some of that and then some of the other. So this is war. It's been war gamed. But I can tell you, after having been in wars for most of my life, for 35 years in the military and CIA, it doesn't always go as planned. And both sides have surprises for the other side. And so we're going to see some of those, and we're going to see how some of those work out. So some of those surprises could be devastating for one side and give the other side a lot of ends, a lot of takedowns. But that can happen on the good guy side too, guys, right? So, we've already seen U.S. military that has been killed probably from some of the missile attacks on the U.S. bases. They around the Middle East, they basically downsized those for the most part, left skeleton crews. Some of those skeleton crews have to be out and about. And if they get the warning soon enough, they'll run to, survival shelters, bunkers or whatever. But if they're not fleet of foot or get enough warning, or have to stay because they're running some kind of, computer program or something that's like watching all that stuff, then we're probably going to see, unfortunately, people get taken out. And you have aircraft. Occasionally there's a lucky, anti-aircraft missile that gets up there. So we're going to see, some people that are going to get taken down. But for the most part, the enemy is being devastated on a massive level. And this always happens on the U.S. Side. We'd like to see that no one ever gets taken out, but that's very rare in a war, right? So gird yourself for, celebrate this victory we're having right now. It will get better as time goes on, and then it will get, we'll 3 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, 5 steps forward, 1 step back. It'll be like that for quite some time, right? So, keep positive, watch the activity. Don't let the knuckleheads who have been brainwashed get to you. Just keep your focus and don't get in arguments with emotionally immature and people that are uninformed, that can't do critical thinking. It's not worth your time, guys. All right. So, stay focused, work with the people that are awake, be with the groups that are awake. I see a lot of you guys blowing up the chat. That's great. Mary Ellen, you're going to wear your bacon perfume. That'll keep them away. That'll be like, the garlic for the Gavin Newsom and, who's the New York governor. God, both of them so look like vampires. I'm like, wow. It's like so obvious. So yeah, garlic, bacon. So that'll be Kathy Hochul. All right. So, and then you have Fatty up in Illinois. So that talk about bacon. All right, guys. Take no prisoners. We can't take prisoners, guys. All right. Or if we take prisoners, we put them in a submarine and ship them off to Guantanamo and the underground facilities there, or Greenland or Guam, or probably who knows where else. So a lot of these people should never come back and see the light of day, right? In one way or another. And if they're really horrific, like Joe Biden and some of these other people, they don't get a pass for living the rest of their lives in a cell, right? All right, guys. Shark bait. Yep. Prickster. Yes. Lots of love, guys. Stay in love vibration. It's a good against evil war. So you have to stay in that love vibration, because they're going to try and suck you into fear. There's no fear here. There's basically celebration, because we're taking down the deep state on a massive level.
Ghost, thank you so much for joining me. Man, dude, so much going on. Like, we got Mexico popping off. I heard we have special teams. I got word that we have special operations running in Mexico. More Green Beret and Navy SEALs are in there. Maybe you can validate that. And now we're bombing Iran. Welcome.
Always good to be with you, buddy. Yeah, there is an awful lot going on. And I know there's a lot of trepidation about Iran. I've heard a lot of negative as much as I've heard of the positive. But I'll leave you with this. That country will not have a military or nuclear or any semblance of capability before this is all over with. I think within 7 to 10 days outside, they'll neutralize their ability to fire on other countries. We took a hit in Oman at a naval base. I think it was the naval headquarters. They knocked out a radar dome. And I think there was a few small hits in Israel, but we've hit them so hard in their sensitive places right now and shut down comms and everything. It's going to be what it is. And I know people are afraid of regime change. It's going to be messy. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. There was preparation for this for years with coordination. Mossad didn't have to work too hard to get a lot of the intel, if not most of the intel they have internally in Iran, to know that the people, 85 to 90% of their population, was hardcore on board with them taking out this regime. Now, if people really understood how bad this regime has been since 79, the original Ayatollah Khomeini, and now Khomeini, This is a good thing overall. No, it's going to be messy. We may lose some people, we may lose some assets, but when all is said and done, they won't have a navy and they won't be able to fire a ballistic missile.
How bad is this going to get? I mean, I feel honestly, Ghost, like this is going to be swift and fast. We're going to take them out. They are no match for us. That's how I feel. And then at the same time, we're running operations in Mexico. Am I right about this?
Yes, they've been there long before everything heated up. It's been reconnoitered for a long time.
Okay, so I have friends on both sides of the border, right? And you know, I got friends in low places. And I mean,
it always helps.
Yeah, but yeah, it absolutely does. I grew up with these people on both sides, and you know, I'm hearing just through the grapevine that cartels they're not worried, man. They're preparing. And
they should be worried.
Yeah. Well, okay. They're preparing because they're worried, but they're like ready to fight is what I'm hearing. Obviously, I'm hearing they're ready to, but I'm also hearing from other sources that our special ops are in there and just handling business. And
they're hammering very quietly and not lightly. They're getting key people in all of them. And the first thing with that kind of operation you're talking about, they've got some serious weaponry. They've got some serious capabilities, like as far as tech and IT, everything. They had the money to buy the best that they could possibly buy. So they've done that. They've semi-trained up their people. Some you do have a lot of professionals working with them that are, on the wrong side of the fence in Mexico. But you also had us doing what we're doing, training their federal police, trying to weed out with them the bad actors that are in their ranks that always remain silent, and then teaching them as well as going way ahead and taking care of this. This ties into China. This ties into a lot of other nations. It's a very complex situation in Mexico, but ultimately, yeah, they're gearing up and they're ready to fight these cartels. It's the dumbest mistake they could ever make. They have no idea. Venezuela was the tip of the iceberg. They don't want, for us not to lose personnel or the fewest possible, certain things will be brought out. And the public won't even know they were used. They'll just know the effects of them. And the idea that these people are easily tracked and identified and can always be
the raids were first, obviously, to nullify or neutralize the threat here in America, correct? That's why the ICE raids happen, so that when we do go into Mexico and we do go into Iran, those are neutralized threats here on our soil?
Right. I'll give you an example. I remember I said months ago when they captured those first 13 Iranians and put it out on the news. That was a little thing to say, hey, people, they're here and we're getting them. There were about estimated over 10,000 well-trained IRGC connected and other Muslim Brotherhood groups connected people here. It's down to around 1,000, if not less. And that had those things as well as cartel and caches of weapons, the obvious, all of that had to be neutralized as far as possible before this trigger was pulled. Venezuela, different story. Cuba looks like it'll be a soft takeover. The people want it. The people want it there. I have networks, abilities to reach into Cuba and get a lot of information. And the people want it. They even want to be a state, so there was no chance of communism ever coming back on that island or anything close to it ever again, because they've had enough. They've seen how their family members who left and made lives over the last 50 years in this country have done well, very well. And believe me, on Cuba, they need everything from, as my friend says, toothpicks to satellites and everything in between. And they have a lot of the potential for Cuba is amazing as far as tourists, as far as agriculture. The finest tobacco in the world grown in a 100 square mile valley and area. And I happen to have a very dear friend who has an interest in one of the largest plantations there that grows this tobacco. And all of this, the fishing industry, Cubans are not allowed to fish. You're not allowed to go out and commercially fish, even if it's a 14-foot skiff in a bay. That's how downtrodden they are. And it's very similar to the people in Iran. If you look at the pictures of the cities and towns in Iran, they take a shot down the street and people aren't on them.
After we neutralize these threats, will public arrests start taking place?
That's what I think. I give that a very high probability. And around, if not before, the 4th of July. For symbolic reasons.
And that's why they're putting Hillary on blast right now. They're putting her, they're masquerading her in public to show how full of shit she is. And I guess villainizing her.
A lying, murderous bitch. Excuse me.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion.
Yeah. So I guess this is leading up to the big finale. I mean, we have to eliminate Iran because that's who they were going to use for World War III, right? I mean, that was going to be the trigger, or the, activate cells in America, and then use Iran to create World War III, Muslims against Christians, Jews, holy war. Am I right?
It's not going to happen that way.
Right, but that's what they wanted.
Yeah, that's what they wanted.
That's why we're neutralizing them.
Look at what's happened in the past 6 years. Okay, and we talked about this on your show. Ukraine, a globalist waypoint for anything they wanted to do. Anything. Yes, we know how it was created. Yes, we know about the Orange Road, all of that, and Zelensky. But look at the condition they're in now. 10 million have left the country as refugees in the surrounding countries. All right? Everyone wants to demonize the Russians because that's what the propagandists want you to see. Putin did his part in taking them out. We hit Venezuela. We hit Iran. Now, we're dealing with the cartel issue, which is a very, very big issue. How do people justify not closing off the border and going after them when we know 1 to 2, it was actually 200,000. In the end, you're going to find out how Ukraine, Iran, surrounding organizations, Venezuela, other nations in South America that are changing their ways on their own. Look at Colombia. All right, now, whether it's on the surface, everything's revealed in the fullness of time, and it'll be dealt with. And then we're going to make sure certain things in Central America down the line, let's say, restored. And this Iranian action is an action from the Board of Peace, primarily. Who was the first to join that and put $1 billion into it? Putin. So people need to start getting a real perspective on who the real enemy is. It is that supranational, the ones who own the banking system, who want their tech minions to do what they do, want their financial minions to do what they do. All of this is going to change over the next few years. And you will find out just how heavily involved Venezuela, Iran, and several other nations were in ensuring skewed voting in this country for the last 30 years. A combination of them, others say select parties throughout Europe. You're going to see the big picture in time, finally. The ones that I and others have been putting pieces out there to say, think of it this way, think of this way, look at it, suspend your emotions, suspend your bias, suspend your lack of research and knowledge on these geopolitical and internal issues. Start researching them from that standpoint, and you see what the real targets are, the macro. And there are many layers all the way down to the everyday. And once people see that and understand that, yeah, we got to tend to this layer, but it's going to look like this to everyone else because we can't spill all the beans on why. But nevertheless, it will be better for humanity. Nobody can say that getting rid of Maduro wasn't better for the people of Venezuela. and humanity. They'll see how it applies, the and humanity applies later. Same with Iran, same with Ukraine. And why the Democratic Party, which has been, and a lot of Republicans, which have been part of an operative wing of these foreign, mostly, and domestic players, about 110, 115 families in total between the two, and how China has positioned themselves as a semi-willing partner of Iran, other places they're trying to infiltrate heavily in South America, because they know who the real enemy is, and they're playing along. If things were to go in a bad way, and they're not, but if they had gone in a certain direction a year or 2 years ago, they would have then been battling it out in future years, in the 2030s, late 20s and 30s. Not a good situation for all of humanity. So all of this is being outed as we speak. I implore people to look deeper. Their regime is over. It will not survive this, no matter what they say, no matter what they put out there. They're going to be that way till the end. They're waiting for the 72 virgin goats. That's what they're going to get. Now, let's make no mistake about that. They're capable of landing some shots on us. They've already got several in. One at the naval headquarters. I believe they took out a radome there. I don't know if anyone was killed. They did manage to kill a poor Pakistani guy in one of the, I think it was Bahrain. You know, it just happened to hit where he lived, and he died. That had nothing to do with anything. Waiting to see what Pakistan says about that, but it's really collateral damage. They'll just say, well, he should have gotten out of there and what have you. But yeah, they're capable of hurting us. That make no mistake about it. We unfortunately, and I say this with a very heavy heart, we're probably going to lose some people in this battle eventually.
We'll have boots on the ground in Iran. I'm hearing we already have boots on the ground in Mexico.
Yeah, we've got, would be there already and has been there, hiding out in some mountainous regions and in other areas, and entering from a number of different, let's say, less than traveled paths. But they're doing what they do best, and God bless all of them, because they've got a very dangerous and tough job. But we do stand the chance of losing service members and even civilians potentially. And no one's going into this, I don't think, without that understanding. But we're going to hit them so hard. We've got to send in people like the Corps of Engineers, when this is over, to restore water into Tehran. Tehran now has no water supply. Let's speak of working. Power lines, electric, all the basic. I'm trying to shift gears 3 times here. All the basic services that a country needs to put itself back together. Things like that, and we'll make sure. And I'm sure it'll be some type of coalition at that stage. And if not, so what? We'll do it. Maintain, peace while they restore their government. That's all the people of that country want, is for them to restore a non-theistic radical government. They'll probably start with constitutional monarchy and then work their way from there. Let them argue, let them debate, let them persuade one another. What's the best route to go? That's part of nation building, without the violence, without the, well, okay, your ideas won out, we're going to shoot you, without that nonsense. And I think the Iranian people they're an educated people, they're an industrious and mainly homogenous people, and I think they'll work it out the right way. I am not worried, but concerned about what those cartels could do here. As far as small terroristic acts, or something even a little more involved, like taking out power generation lines or water supplies, things like that.
I mean, they
And
already know
those,
that you shut down our airspace.
yeah, and they're gonna use whatever they have at their hands, and I think they're gonna go. A lot of them will go down swinging. They're already getting together and trying to work together as a front, which will be difficult for them, but they are doing it. I know it's on heightened alert down there in at least 23 of the states, let's say, and there are a number of people in positions here who need to get a good spanking and sit behind bars or worse for the rest of their lives for their involvement with them. Like the Saudis and a few of the Middle Eastern, the Emirates, made statements like you can't base from here, but as soon as they get hit, as did happen, they say, well, now we're going to defend our space. Now, they may do it independently, they may do it limited, they may take a section of the Strait of Hormuz and cause a little mischief there. That all remains to be seen. But I don't see this blowing up into a huge conflagration with China involved or any other major power, because they all know, even though China has a close relationship with them and has been using them as a proxy for many things that come into this hemisphere that have affected our country. No, we can at least neutralize a lot of that. There'll be hot spots in Africa, some in Central and South America, but to a lot lesser degree in the future. I'm talking years in the future, 3, 5, 7 years in the future. But these, again, will all be residual of these, let's say, foreign networks. But I can tell you this, by the time we and the Israelis are finished with Iran, it's a clean slate for a new nation. And I don't think the people of Iran are going to another over it. They've already lost. 32,000 is the accepted number. It's actually way higher than that. You have the military, their army and naval forces, which number about 750,000. You've had at least 40 to 50,000 people go AWOL. And a lot of those sectors, they have their military divided in sectors in their country, independent of each other as far as operationally. So it's not a top-down structure that they've put rapidly into place. They are doing it that way because they feel that'll be a better way of defense, where I think you will see certain sectors just say, no, we're laying down our arms. We're not fighting. Because they're not IRGC. They're Iranian professional military. And they're not, a lot of them are not in agreement with the regime and going to war with us. They know the reality of it. I would be looking at it because of their idiotic belief systems, and they'll be shown that simply they use the mastery of human intent incorrectly when they look for these times and alignments and things like a blood moon to start some activity, thinking that they're going to be better empowered with it. What I always worry about is a biological release. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm not saying that there's any higher alert on that than there normally is. That's just one of my concerns personally. Having a gut feeling, and that'll be combated. It has to, or you begin another degradation process again in the healthcare system. We don't need that. I look for an uptick potentially domestically with some of these bad actors. And if it's not some type of terrorist kinetic, that's my deepest worry. And that obviously dirty nukes. But we've had sniffers out here. We've had sniffers in the Middle East going. And I think they're pretty much on top of that. Today's sensing equipment, it's very difficult to get away with something like that.
I was going to say there's a lot of I've had people tell me that there's nukes buried around inside the U.S. that could go off at a certain time, such as now. The deep state would detonate them. Is that there? Is that why we were sending out those drones, those nuke sniffing drones, to neutralize that threat? Is that what that was all about?
Yes, because you can't leave anything with them to chance. And I'm not going to lie, that is a possibility.
But did we get them all? Do we know? I imagine we got them all.
I know they nailed a whole lot of them. There may have been recent. I don't know. I do know that that's in their playbook, and it is something to be mindful of because it can happen. To be honest with you, on certain levels, I'm surprised they haven't done it already. They tried to get away with it in November of 19 in Seattle. Didn't work. They were very close to getting away with it.
Yeah, that's what Lonnie says.
Yeah, he and I had a very busy time that weekend, and others had a much busier time, believe me. And it's something to be mindful of, yes.
So Guantanamo Bay just expanded, and it's not for terrorists. It says here on February 7th, 2026, the Pentagon approved $500 million for emergency construction at Guantanamo Bay. Not renovation, but expansion. 89 new holding cells, 3 new courtrooms, a medical wing, and a communication blackout facility that didn't exist before.
Add that to the $650 million he did in his first term down there.
So obviously, Trump just tripled its capacity. The question is, who's it for? The tribunals have started. January 15, 2026, Trump signed Executive Order 14189, reactivating military tribunal authority for civilian cases involving national security. The media didn't cover it, not one headline. This means civilians can now be tried by military courts if their crimes involve treason, trafficking, or espionage.
Right.
So that's going to tie up all the dirty politicians because they're involved in trafficking, espionage, and treason.
Well, look at their actions. Look at
look at Ilhan Omar. She's screwed.
Yeah.
People are going away.
Hardcore going away.
So here's
all day long.
Unmarked, unscheduled, manifest classified February 1st, 2 flights, 14 passengers, February 8th, 3 flights, 22 passengers, February 14th, 1 flight, VIP configuration, 4 passengers only, February 19th, 4 flights, 31 passengers, largest single day. February 22nd, 2 flights departed at 3:17 a.m. Who flies to Gitmo at 3 a.m.? February 25th, 3 flights still ongoing, 47 flights, 200 plus passengers, 25 days. This is wild, man. January, connect the dots, it says here. January 31st, Epstein files, 318 names. February 7th, Gitmo expansion, 500 million. February 12th, Norway PM charged. February 15th, Goldman Sachs lawyer resigns. February 19th, Prince Andrew arrested same day, 4 flights to Gitmo. February 22nd, El Mencho eliminated, 2 flights at 3 a.m. February 24th, Lord Mandelson arrested, fleeing to airport. February 25th, Trump, justice is coming. Every resignation, every arrest, every flight connected.
Yes, it is.
327,000 sealed indictments.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
there's more than that actually, but those are the primary.
Wow,
and that's just.
I just wish this was public so people could see this. Enough of the speculation. Let's just see it already, man. But I know that's coming.
There's reasons why, and it's very complex. And to go into those reasons would be to tip a hand, and I'm not going to do that.
People would be losing their shit.
Yeah, they'd be losing their shit because they have a little more to see before it's the bandage is pulled off, and it's coming. If this wasn't happening, we would our children and their children would not have a good future. And the whole thing with all of this is we're honoring the sacrifices of the past in our country and others. And if we don't do this and stiffen your spine, stand up, start speaking out where you know there is corruption in your state, in your offices, stiffen your spine, find a way, whistleblow. There's protections out there. Look into all that first. Communicate and speak out. And people are going to realize you have to take more of a role in the everyday workings of your community, your state, your county, your state, etc., than you ever have, or you wind up with situations like New York City. It's not going to go well for that idiot in the long run, and everyone knows it. And look at all the trouble he's had so far. Where's the money supposed to come from, Mandami? You have a lot of people running for cover that nobody knows in state legislatures and state law enforcement, because the cartels did not get to every square mile of the continental and extended U.S. because law enforcement did their job. And that's from unfortunately, you're going to find FBI on down. A lot of them have been retired or fired, but they still have yet to face the music. And it's justly and rightly due. And if we don't rip off this bandage eventually when the time is right, and it's going to sting, we're not doing our job.
I'll be honest with you, I'm thoroughly impressed with this operation. The way they've nullified and neutralized the threats. I thought by now car bombs would be going off in the U.S. I thought for now civilian casualties would be happening. I thought a lot of mayhem. I'm thoroughly impressed with this operation, man. This is so strategic.
Yeah, and it shows you what good people in the right positions, the right motivations, the right technology, equipment, and interfacing. It shows you what can be done. And it all needs to be done. We've all got kids or grandkids. They're going to have children and on. We don't do this now. We're not doing anyone a service.
It has to be taken care of, and now is the time to act.
Nasara Jasara, global currency reset, activated across the globe on Friday, February 27, 3 p.m. PDT. Shotgun release of GCR notifications over the next 72 hours. It's the end of poverty, end of debt, and beginning of a new golden age. Watch for blackout, days of darkness, martial law. Be prepared with water, food, cash, essentials. Have patience, trust the plan. Pray, God always wins. Judy note, on Friday, February 27th at 3 p.m. PDT, there was a shotgun release of the global currency reset liquidity for Tier 4B. Notifications to set bond redemption and foreign currency exchanges over the next 72 hours. On Thursday, February 26, 2026, the final sequence of Trump's plan to save the world activated with a 48-hour countdown to a worldwide blackout and 10-day global stay-home order by the Global Military Alliance. The EBS override of mass media will bring in temporary martial law, Sunday, March 1st or Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. During that time, the military's emergency broadcast system will override mass media to continue their mass arrests and expose a highly organized. Be prepared for the soon-to-hit 10 days of darkness with water, food, cash. Banks will be closed and ATMs and credit debit cards won't work, and other essentials to last you, your neighbors and loved ones during a 10-day worldwide lockdown. The military will have food on hand for those who need it. The Federal Reserve's final days. The Federal Reserve is being dismantled and absorbed into the U.S. Treasury under Trump's direct control. The private banking cartel that has dictated monetary policy since 1913 is finished. Seizure of stolen wealth. The military alliance is conducting mass asset seizures, taking back trillions stolen by the globalist elite. These funds will be returned to the people. The IRS is being abolished. The corrupt tax system designed to funnel wealth to the elites is over. A new fair tax system is replacing it, one that eliminates income tax and introduces a small flat sales tax on non-essential goods. The global currency reset has started. Every JASARA-compliant nation is transitioning to a gold-backed currency. The fiat dollar finished. Beware scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I've never set up nor reported on. They quote me on things I have never said nor written. Evidently, people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chat, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products or to set up wallets on the new financial system. It is my understanding that you have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at an official redemption center, and that setup is free. Possible timing. Wednesday, February 25th, 2026, global currency reset ignited across 209 nations. Thursday, February 26th, 2026, EBS activation, clock ticking, initial signals in 100 plus cities within 48 to 72 hours. Starlink grid dominant. Cabal satellites silenced permanently. Starting Saturday, February 28th, 2026, a 48-hour blackout would begin for a JASARA wealth drop. Sunday, March 1st or Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, worldwide blackout locks us indoors under martial law. The EBS will bypass all media and speak the truth to every home. No more lies, no more censorship. The elites' last defense is collapsing and Trump is fighting for humanity. FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, missing people, trafficking. FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. Tuesday, March 3rd to Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. EBS launches Days of Darkness. Media satellites down. Martial law locks down, exposing how elites hoarded this tutorials globally via EBS, exposing how elites hoarded this tech for centuries while poisoning the masses. Stock 10 to 12 days, food, water, cash, banks, ATMs, dark. And Monday, March 9th, Michael Jackson returns to Torch Hollywood. Zim redemption starts. Friday, February 27th, military EBS activates worldwide over cell phones. Global Alliance sweeps satanic deep state pedophiles and mass arrests. Stock up on food, water, cash for 10 to 12 days of darkness. The storm is unleashed. Patriots, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Patriots, the hammer drops now. Trump's global military alliance triggers the military emergency broadcast system across cell phones, TV, radio, and internet, smashing through fake media blackouts. Worldwide blackout strikes Sunday, March 1st or Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, locking us indoors under martial law as over 500,000 sealed indictments unleash massive arrests of Satan-worshipping treasonous elites. BRICS QFS seizes cabal monetary control. February 25th, 2026, global currency reset ignites across 209 nations. Fiat dies, asset-backed currencies surge under ISO 20022, Tier 4B payouts explode, Zim redemptions skyrocket, $15 million settlements, humanitarian projects unleashed, HSBC quietly swaps IQD, V&D for insiders, public floodgates next. EBS launches 10 to 12 days of darkness Tuesday, March 3rd to March 10th, 48-hour blackout for JASARA wealth drops and 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages, 24/7, exposing Clinton trafficking, election fraud, biolabs, WEF crimes, child rescues, elite tribunals. Starlink beams raw truth, no censorship. U.S. Inc. revealed as 1871 foreign banker corporation. Constitutional republic restores. Names drop. Gitmo tribunals execute. Fani Willis colluded with Biden White House. DOJ Jan 6 committee. Piercing privilege. Granting Fed access. Sole source grants. Double jeopardy lawfare to bleed Trump allies dry. Cases collapsed but treason exposed. Project Odin. Comms blackout. Media satellites down. Martial law. Stay home. Pray. Stock. 10 to 12 days. Food, water, cash, banks, ATMs, dark. then glorious rebirth. Trump, worse things happen when people stop thinking. Let negative influence breed dictators. Stop it personally for world sanity. Michael Jackson returns March 9th to torch Hollywood pedo cabal. Nuremberg 2.0 rolls, traitors hang. Republic rises. Rage, discern, prepare. Where we go one, we go all. Thursday, February 26th, midnight window opening. All systems go. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Military sources, QFS accounts full sync. Prosperity packages prime for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. IQD VND Zim rates aligning rapidly. Project Odin plus EBS final sequence initiated. Controlled blackouts to shield the transition. Epstein Zorro ranch files surfacing. Horrors exposed. Justice swift. Mobilized post-darkness. 8 million plus arrests confirmed via CIA databases. Traitors removed. The Almighty orchestrates the fall of the wicked. Trust the timing. The light is coming. Guru information and intel. Friday, February 27th. Q drops bombs. It had to be this way. 107 on Telegram. The storm is here, patriots. Trump's master plan unfolds exactly as the Q drops foretold. It had to be this way. The Epstein files are exploding right now in February 2026, ripping the veil off the elite pedophile networks tied straight to ancient evil, who have ruled humanity for millennia. This isn't distraction. This is the arrow pointing directly to the alien agenda enslaving us. White hats are striking hard. Cartels in Mexico crumbling under massive military blows. Hezbollah Hamas alliances plotting desperate strikes on American soil, but extraction teams stand ready to rescue innocents. The deep state pushes chaos to divert eyes from the truth. But Trump flips the script. Both sides weaponize Epstein revelations. Yet the White Hats turn it against the cabal. Arrests loom massive. Time for maximum impact. No slow drip, no digestion time. It all crashes at once. Financial reset, earth changes accelerating, full disclosure detonating like a supernova. Epstein presidents since Eisenhower, gagged by shadow government threats. Kennedy tried disclosure and paid the price, but Trump has the biggest cojones. Executive orders stripping pedos of assets, turning Epstein assets against the machine. Clones, doubles, off-planet colonies for the guilty. No escape. Yeah, the truth is going to shock people because we're dealing with aliens and trafficking off-planet. I mean, it goes deep if you follow those rabbit holes. What we think we know as of Saturday, February 28, 2026. Friday, February 27. One of President Trump's top immigration officials has revealed a key piece of strategy as the administration continues its work towards reducing illegal alien presence in the U.S. Darren Margolin, director of the Executive Office for Immigration Review, who estimates illegals present in the U.S. to be 25 to 30 million, has shared that the administration will focus on improved efficiency in immigration courts as a way to facilitate future deportations. Friday, February 27th, the owner of Smartmatic electronic voting machines is a board member of George Soros's Open Society Foundation. Big surprise there. It has been proven that Smartmatic voting machines were designed to be controlled by foreign entities and could and did change votes at will. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Friday, February 27th, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem just exposed the deep state nightmare on live TV, saying Elon Musk personally helped her uncover spying software embedded on her phones. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Friday, February 27th, Epstein files expose 69-page DEA memo detailing a 2010 to 2015 probe into wire transfers tied to drugs and prostitution in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New York. It tracked around 50 million in suspicious transfers to France, Switzerland, the Cayman Islands, and New York. naming 14 redacted associates. The memo uncovers additional Epstein probes with ICE cases in West Palm Beach, Paris, and Las Vegas, plus an FBI investigation from 2006 to 2015. Southern District New York prosecutors who arrested Epstein in 2019 were allegedly unaware of this DEA investigation. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Friday, February 27th, it has been found that the pineal gland was completely destroyed. Friday, February 27th, boom. Fake news lied. Trump and Kennedy never retreated. Target forced to ban artificial dyes from all cereals by May 2026. War on toxins. Friday, February 27th, South Carolina, H4624, the Clean Air Act explosion. Climate engineering evidence report. Dane Wigington exposes global atmospheric poisoning. Friday, February 27th, military intel. Massive Trump armada surrounds Iran. U.S. orders non-essential staff out of Israel. Naval deployment. Strategic bases, and Trump's clock is ticking. Friday, February 27th, breaking. New warning from Edward Snowden. His chilling prediction is unfolding in real time, and the West is next. Government fraud. Friday, February 27th, 2026, Senator Eric Schmidt just dropped the hammer. Criminal prosecutions are coming for the massive fraudsters, and we are talking potentially $1 trillion stolen every year. Minnesota, I think that's the tip of the iceberg, could be $1 trillion a year of fraud. That's happening in this country. Just left a confirmation hearing for the lawyers, for the lawyer that's going to be in charge of prosecuting all of this fraud that we've seen. Schmidt's fired up for the hardworking American. I just think of the guy that's working his tail off, swinging the hammer, driving the truck. He deserves better than that. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Friday, February 27th. Joe Biden's senior climate policy advisor directed $5 billion taxpayer dollars to an NGO that she worked at. She previously worked for them, so she sent money to the organization, $5 billion. Is that not blatant corruption? This wasn't the only time this happened. Congressman Eric Burleson. Democrats gave grants to their friends and NGOs that they used to work for, and gives more examples. $5 billion is very difficult to spend. $5 billion is an absurd amount of money. Cue the storm rider. Friday, February 27th, breaking. Ilhan Omar is done. The rats are scattering, and most of them are begging reporters to hear their stories. Whistleblowers now confirm her campaign funneled a massive amount of money to her husband's firm, while Somali-linked networks in Minneapolis, fraud schemes in history. Hundreds of millions stolen. She knew, she benefited, she covered for them. This isn't community outreach. This is corruption on steroids. Return of Q on Telegram. Election fraud, Friday, February 27th. Election data analysis finds over 432,000 votes were removed from President Donald Trump across at least 15 counties. 12,000 votes were directly swapped from Trump to Biden in Bibb County, Georgia. 30,000 votes were removed from Trump in Georgia. Trump votes were algorithmically decreased. Election data showed Trump's votes decreasing at multiple time points, which is abnormal since vote counts typically only increase unless there's an error. Data patterns discovered that were impossible, like sudden massive spikes and then a return to normal. More than 400,000 errors identified in Pennsylvania alone. Friday, February 27th, Obama's secret stay-behind army. It's time to purge and shatter the deep state into a million pieces. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. In 1979, under President Carter, the Senior Executive Services, SES, was created as a nonpartisan corps of career managers to implement federal policy equivalent to general officers in the military. During Obama's first term, 2009 to 2013, a gradual purge of patriots began across government agencies, including intelligence and military, transforming the SES into a tool for political control. In 2012, amid the Benghazi attack, Obama fired key military leaders like General Carter Ham, U.S. Africa Command, and Rear Admiral Chuck Guet for defying stand-down orders, part of a broader military purge that removed 9 senior generals, 2 nuclear commanders, and 197 high-ranking officers. By December 15, 2015, 6 months after Trump announced his candidacy and rose in polls, Obama signed an executive order making SES members nearly impossible to fire, accelerating the replacement of over 6,000 to 8,000 SES positions, with loyalists committed to his Transformation of America agenda. By the end of Obama's second term in 2016, these embeds saturated agencies, e.g. 821 in Justice, 639 in Homeland Security, 478 in Defense, forming a stay-behind army to sabotage Trump. This network fueled the 2016-2020 insurance policy against Trump, including Russiagate, Mueller probe, and impeachments, orchestrated from Obama's shadow ops in D.C. Exposure is key. Trump's Hunter era is dismantling it. Friday, February 27th, Obama knew the Russia collusion narrative was false and that Trump was innocent because they were the ones that engineered the coup themselves. They spied and set him up to not just subvert President Trump, but to run a coup and undermine the United States of America itself in order to cover up their decades of crimes and corruption and maintain control over the people to continue their reign of tyranny and destruction of America. All roads lead to Obama. Epstein Files. Friday, February 27th, Marilyn Monroe was mentioned in the Epstein Files, and she died in 1962. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. The island didn't just start with Epstein in 1998. It goes back, way, way back to medieval times. And Epstein was not the first. And his island is not the only island. He is the fall guy. And they are giving us a glimpse of just the tip of the iceberg. Marilyn Monroe, Norma Jean DiMaggio, United States of America, Department of Defense, Washington, D.C., Non-Combatants Certificate of Identity, February 8, 1954, property of U.S. government, card serial number 129278, issuing office, OPM, CT Military Service, U.S. Army. Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Trump sees future with zero income tax as corrupt politicians, money laundering, fraud exposed, and tariffs worked, and the Federal Reserve was found to be a giant hedge fund. Obama under federal investigation after Epstein Files release. As 10 days of worldwide darkness approached, stay vigilant, stock up, have cash on hand. Trust the plan, pray, God always wins. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of this earth, and you've seen nothing yet. This is the golden age of America. President Donald Trump's State of the Union Address, Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. And here's the message. Hello, Judy. The situation is extremely dangerous at the moment. I can't leave my home anymore, other than take Gabrielle to and from school and going to the supermarket. Last Monday, there was another kidnap attempt at the supermarket parking lot. I'm in such a stressful and dangerous situation. I ask you to please publish and relay to your contacts in other media outlets for publishing the below article as soon as possible, with an update of my situation, request for help, and offering of doing any online administrative work in any of the 4 languages I speak. Maybe someone benevolent that has funds will hear my call and give me some online work so I can provide for my son and keep us safe until the RV is here. Thank you from my heart, Anna. Update on the mom and son in Belgium, surviving on God's grace. It's been 6 grueling years since I first found out about the ritual abuse my son's father was perpetrating on my son. I separated from the father when my son was 1.5 years old. He's 12 now. My life became a living nightmare from that moment. At the time, I had no idea how large and powerful. Beware scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I've never set up nor reported on. They quote me on things I have never said nor written. Evidently, people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chat, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products or to set up wallets on the new financial system. It is my understanding that you have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at an official redemption center, and that setup is free. "10 Days of Darkness." Starting Saturday, February 28th, a 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jassara wealth drop, while Project Odin 10 to 12-day blackout and martial law was set to begin Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, and last until Tuesday, March 10th, along with activation of the Emergency Alert System, EBS, and the Emergency Broadcast System, on Telegram. Thursday, February 26, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jassara GCR Wealth Redistribution Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. White hats confirm rolling blackouts hitting LA, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle as phase 1 of global transition. EBS activation sequence advancing. 10 Days of Darkness locked, Tuesday, March 3rd to Tuesday, March 10th, 2026 window firm. 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages incoming. US Inc. exposed as a private corporation. FEMA crimes, chemtrails, DARPA operation. MedBed's rollout timeline with public access. Sunday, March 15th, prioritizing veterans and trafficking survivors. Thursday, February 26th, Checkmate, the Black Swan event, financial collapse, blackout, and radical reset, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. A looming Black Swan event could trigger a massive financial collapse, wiping out the stock market, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrencies alike. The fallout may extend beyond finance, disrupting critical infrastructure, even the power grid. As panic spreads, the emergency broadcast system could signal a dramatic turning point, marking the end of the old financial order and the beginning of a new era. Financial collapse on the horizon. This would not be a normal correction. With soaring debt, heavy central bank intervention, and fragile markets, the system stands on unstable ground. If it unravels, both traditional markets and digital assets could crash simultaneously, shaking global economies and confidence worldwide. The ripple effects could disrupt trade, banking, and daily life. A global blackout and system reset in this scenario, infrastructure failures could lead to widespread blackouts, symbolizing the collapse of outdated systems. Supporters of this theory believe the crisis would clear the way for a total reset, not just financially, but energetically. The new era, following the chaos, a transformation could emerge, shifting from conventional energy systems toward advanced technologies, such as quantum-based power concepts. Proponents claim this reset would reshape global power structures and economic systems.
Talked to you many times about the banking collapse, and yesterday we saw one of the largest banks in China, the Yangtze Bank, collapsed, and it's gone bankrupt. And it's caused a massive problem. And this will be the trigger that fires off lots and lots of other banks. When these sort of banks go bankrupt at that level, you suddenly realize that nobody is safe. This is a bank that is far bigger than the Bank of England. This is far bigger than the European Central Bank. there's going to be some big things happening over the next few days. I've warned you about it for a long time, and I've tried to give you plenty of notice, because I've always said I'd rather be a few years early than one day late.
Thursday, February 26th, the final stage. Debt forgiveness has begun. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Illegitimate loans, mortgages, and credit card debts are being erased. The banks never had real money. They trapped the people with fraudulent debt. The Federal Reserve's final days. Federal Reserve is being dismantled and absorbed into the U.S. Treasury under Trump's direct control. The private banking cartel that has dictated monetary policy since 1913 is finished. Seizure of stolen wealth. The military alliance is conducting mass asset seizures, taking back trillions stolen by the globalist elite. These funds will be returned to the people. The IRS is being abolished. The corrupt tax system, designed to funnel wealth to the elites, is over. A new fair tax system is replacing it, one that eliminates income tax and introduces a small flat sales tax on non-essential goods. The global currency reset has started. Every Jassara-compliant nation is transitioning to a gold-backed currency. The fiat dollar finished. The U.S. Treasury gold-backed dollar is becoming the global standard. The IMF and World Bank are collapsing. For decades, these institutions enslaved nations with predatory loans and economic warfare. Now they are being dismantled. When the lights go out, the old system goes quiet. And when the system goes quiet, new systems can go live. ISO 20022 is the backbone. Tier 4B is the trigger point. Thursday, February 26th, Trump commands the last storm. Mass arrests explode. Q plan unleashes. EBS imminent. Cabal crumbles now. Project Oda and martial law on Telegram. The storm is raging with full force, patriots. In late February 2026, President Donald J. Trump leads the charge to restore the Republic through the unbreakable Q plan, which will destroy the satanic deep state for good. The quantum financial system, which is backed by gold, went live in 209 countries, ending fiat debt slavery. Banks that don't follow the rules will close down. No more fake money printing or controlling people's lives through debt. Accounts are safely mirrored in the QFS blockchain, can be traced back to their source, and are ready for the biggest transfer of wealth in history. A lot of people were arrested. The global military alliance led by Trump raided Rome, Brussels, London, and D.C. More than 500,000 members of the satanic network were arrested overnight, bringing the total number of arrests to more than 8 million as sealed indictments were made public. 107 on Telegram breaking. 107 update. Mexico buffer zone activated. Cartels crumbling under Trump's iron fist as World Cup 2026 looms. 107 on Telegram. The storm is raging south of the border, patriots, and 107 just dropped the hammer on what's really unfolding in Mexico right now in late February 2026. Claudia Sheinbaum has flipped. She's no longer playing games with the cartels, China, Cuba, or the deep state puppets pulling strings. Negotiations are locked in for a massive buffer zone, stretching 10 to 30 miles deep into Mexican territory from the U.S. border, a no-go area where American and cooperating Mexican forces will crush the narco-terrorists once and for all. This is an invasion. It's liberation with full permission, intel sharing, and boots ready to roll if Mexico needs the extra muscle to finish the job. Sheinbaum was airlifted out for her safety as the pressure mounted. Cartels threatened her life. China and Cuba pulled levers, but Trump's resolve forced her to pick a side, and she chose the Patriots. Mexican police and military, long infiltrated, are now turning on the cartels with stunning raids. They knew exactly where El Mencho was hiding for years, but now the heads are rolling. The Jalisco New Generation cartel and Sinaloa scum are getting hammered. Fentanyl pipelines severed and thousands of deaths. Both Mexican citizens and Americans poisoned by Chinese supplied poison will finally stop. This is biblical justice unfolding before our eyes. The grip of communist narco states is breaking everywhere. Venezuela's monsters neutralized after Trump's precision strikes. Cuba's massive embassy influence in Mexico City exposed and dismantled. Even South Africa's white farmer killings spotlighted as the racial genocide it truly is. No more denial from fake news like Anderson Cooper. The same evil networks run through LA County, with Mayor Bass as a Cuban puppet tied to election fraud. Watch her empire unravel as the communist stronghold in America crumbles next. Threats remain on U.S. soil, subs with nukes, buried devices from Cold War rumors, cargo ships smuggling horrors, but the White Hats have neutralized the big organizers first. Raids here cut off cartel backers, ensuring no retaliation as we push south. The cartels are terrified. They know Blackhawks, Apaches, and elite teams are coming if they don't surrender. No mercy for those poisoning our kids with fentanyl, but Trump won't let it continue. This all ties to the 2026 World Cup in Mexico. It will happen, secured under a cleaned-up grid system dividing the country into zones for policing. Northern border hotspots like Juarez will heat up, but with U.S. assistance, cartels get wiped out. Innocent casualties are gamed in, but letting these demons rule forever is no option. Trump tightened screws on Venezuela, Iran carrier groups in place. Same playbook crushes Mexico's evil. The deep state, Epstein blackmail ring, it's all connected. Patriots, the republic rises as this narco-communist web gets torn apart. Trumps will make it happen where others failed. Stay vigilant, stock up, pray. The Great Awakening accelerates, cartels fall, freedom wins, the storm is here, and victory is near. Where we go one, we go all. What we think we know as of Friday, February 27, 2026. Thursday, February 26, CIA MKUltra bombshell. Declassified docs reveal plan to drug and control the population. PSYOPs to sedate the masses. Thursday, February 26, breaking special report. Clinton's under oath. Hillary testifies today. Bill tomorrow. Grilled on Epstein funding and secret lies. And of course, we know they lied. And that's the trap, I guess, to get them to charge them with contempt of court. Thursday, February 26, Epstein files reveal Israel assassinated Princess Diana to protect elite pedophile network buried in the latest declassified Epstein files from the DOJ vault. Evidence that Israel masterminded Princess Diana's 1997 assassination to protect their elite blackmail web. Cue the storm rider on Telegram. Thursday, February 26, bombshell alert, Obama and Clinton operative Larry Summers has resigned from Harvard amid his ties to Epstein. February 26, explosive report, he trapped them. Trump's State of the Union shatters the narrative. The Democrats walked right in. Wednesday, February 25th, top takeaways. 1 hour, 48 minutes of Trump unleashed. Moments that shook the chamber. Wednesday, February 25th, national security bombshell. National security bombshell, Obama under federal criminal investigation. The DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code 241. Thursday, February 26, Norwegian authorities have charged Thorbjorn Jagland, former Prime Minister of Norway and ex-chair of the Nobel Committee, with gross corruption allegedly connected to contacts with Jeffrey Epstein. Days later, February 17th, he was hospitalized in critical condition after an apparent suicide attempt. The investigation began after newly unsealed U.S. documents, with prosecutors claiming flights, luxury stays, and payments presented as consulting fees. Searches and seizures were carried out in January 2026. Investigators say the probe continues and could expand, while the case raises wider questions about influence and conflicts of interest in European institutions. The Patriot Dispatch on Telegram. And Wednesday, February 25th, bombshell announcement. J.D. Vance, Scott Bessent, and DOJ launch full-scale war on fraud. DOJ will be throwing fraudsters in prison. Boom, Fedgate 2026. $1 trillion Fed scam exposed. Insider drops bombshell. Federal Reserve is just a giant hedge fund now. Wednesday, February 25th, huge news. Trump just confirmed 0% income tax is coming. The money we're taking in is so enormous, you won't even have income tax to pay. Quote, Wednesday, February 25th, explosive declaration. Senate Leader John Thune confirms, vote on Save America Act. We will put the Democrats on the record. Israel is the last. Thursday, February 26th, breaking. The Israeli government ran Epstein's security camera system at his New York command base, confirming he was a foreign intelligence asset working for Israel. Top FBI whistleblower Kyle Seraphin reveals that not only does this prove that Epstein was working for Israel, but that the CIA, NSA, and FBI were also fully aware and complicit. Voter fraud. Wednesday, February 25th, at least 432,000 votes in 15 counties were removed from Trump during the Pennsylvania 2020 election alone. Over 12,000 direct votes switched from Trump to Biden in Bibb County, Georgia, with another 30,000 in total completely removed from Trump in Georgia. Have you noticed that every single error or anomaly only ever affects Trump in a negative way and Democrats in a positive way? The writing is on the wall. The 2020 election was stolen. Cue the storm on Telegram. And breaking, Nick Shirley's fraud exposing partner David Hawk just confirmed a massive ballot fraud operation in Minnesota. Project Odin on Telegram. We need the Save America Act or they will keep stealing elections. Somalis vote Democrat. 9 people in an apartment. They send 9 ballots. No verification. They imported Somalis and then implemented mass mail-in voting. It's fraud. It's cheating. This is like the Wild West, and it's destroying Minnesota. It's destroying the country. And we're at a crossroads right now where this is the civil war that we're fighting, and it's good versus evil. And I just said, you've got to decide which side you're on, because you can't straddle the fence on this. Epstein Files, Thursday, February 26th. The Epstein Files contain many mysteries, but we're missing a large section of documents consisting of the time period from 1999 to 2001, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. It also exposed and confirmed many of the Clinton connections and trips with Epstein, including helping to start their foundation. But how did Epstein really find Clinton before he was president? Do their connections go back to the drug running in Mena, Arkansas with the CIA? Ghislaine Maxwell was also, oddly enough, asked to be a part of a shadow commission on 9/11. We know that they knew about 9/11 before it happened. Many questions still remain. Why didn't they do anything about it and just let it happen? And who really benefited the most from one of the largest terror attacks on American soil in history? And was Epstein connected? Thursday, February 26th, Trump's boldest move yet. Q storm ravaging UK and Norway. They fell into the trap. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. The Great Awakening just smashed Europe like a thunderbolt. Days ago, former Prince Andrew was reportedly detained. Then Peter Mandelson, untouchable labor titan, Rothschild yacht companion. Epstein intel conduit, arrested for passing classified government secrets. Next day, Norway's ex-Prime Minister Thorbjorn Jagland, Nobel architect who gifted Obama the prize mid-drone spree, charged with Epstein-linked corruption and now hospitalized after alleged suicide attempt. 3 untouchables down in a week. This isn't about girls anymore. It's classified intel flowing to Epstein's network. Blackmail, extortion, global control via Five Eyes. The real monster is emerging. Mandelson, communist roots. Ghislaine Circle, Deripaska deals, Jewish Chronicle lineage. Jagland, socialist international boss. EU fanatic, noble puppet master. Teflon demons until the shield vanished. Q drop, 916, rings true. We are saving Israel for last. Europe's stage is perfect. Trump stays neutral, hands clean. while Democrats and globalists howl for full Epstein release. Poland launches government task force, declares files a national security threat, more nations joining, cure spreading worldwide, exactly as foretold. Homefront, State of the Union became epic humiliation for Dems. Dems sleeping, refusing to stand, giraffe suits, Pepe Frog brigades, Acosta in frog hat spewing threats, absurd clown ritual designed to shatter TDS brains, comms screamed, Trump at podium 9:11 p.m., Scavino drop at 9:48, Twin Towers, 17 Team USA players split 8-9. File names hitting 17. Signal everywhere. No coincidences. Trap sprung. Europe first shields Trump optically while pressure builds. Kash Patel relaxed at Olympics. Pam Bondi silent. Suspicion skyrockets. Charlie Kirk, saga boiling. Candace Owens series exposes anomalies. Birth record shifting. Marine ties. Perfect bridge to 9/11. JFK everything. Contemporary trigger unlocks historical truths. Israel in crosshairs. When it breaks here, it's demanded justice, not politics. Anons, the storm isn't approaching, it's raging. Europe ablaze, clouds exposed, swamp draining globally. Trump directs from shadows while the world chants his name. The endgame is live. Buckle up, patriots. Judgment Day accelerates. Military EBS to broadcast worldwide over cell phones, TV, radio, and internet. Worldwide blackout by Sunday, March 1st or Tuesday, March 3rd. You would be asked to stay at home while Global Military Alliance makes mass arrests across the globe of Satan-worshipping treasonous deep state. Banks closing, ATMs won't work, stock up on food, water, cash for 10 to 12 days, after which we will wake up to a whole new, wonderful world. On Wednesday, February 25th, the global currency reset exploded across all 209 sovereign nations. The military emergency broadcast system and the civilian emergency alert system, to be broadcast worldwide over cell phones, TV, radio, and internet, would soon signal the final phase of that monetary takeover to return the people's money back to the people. Continued military EBS announcements would engulf 10 to 12 days of worldwide lockdown filled with 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages broadcast 24/7. Saturday, February 28, 2026 was said to unleash a 48-hour blackout for full Jassara wealth redistribution. You were advised to stock food, water, and cash as banks and ATMs plunged into darkness for 10 full days through Tuesday, March 10, 2026. On Wednesday, February 25th, Telegram, there were different versions of when the EBS and EAS and 10 to 12 days of darkness would begin. They were published on Telegram by Q, FBI, Director Kash Patel, the Emergency Broadcast System, 10 Days of Darkness, and Tier 4B ISO 20022 platforms. So, just a side note, nobody knows the dates of anything. This is an event-driven war. And all you can do is watch events unfold and, try to discern from that. So the dates, just use them as a, guideline, I guess, that at some point they will happen. But again, if somebody says they know the date of something, well, then they're giving away, then the dark side knows the date as well. So that's just not going to happen. So again, just use discernment. The EBS and Days of Darkness beginnings appear to have ever-changing dates, so use your discernment. 10 Days of Darkness starts Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. Some mention Sunday, March 1st or around then. Lasts to March 10th, 2026. 10 days or 10 to 12 days of darkness, blackout, communications blackout, worldwide communications down. Major media shuts off as Mossad mainstream media satellites taken down. Global lockdown under martial law for pedophile arrests worldwide. Q on Telegram. Wednesday, February 25th, 2026. Urgent EBS alert. 10 to 12 day blackout and martial law phase starting tonight. Cell broadcast push incoming. Stay home, stay calm, stay in prayer. Starlink will carry the truth documentaries. World Economic Forum crimes, biolabs, elite tribunals. Over 500,000 network members in custody worldwide. Raids hit Rome, Brussels, London, Amsterdam, D.C. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram, Wednesday, February 25th, 2026. Starting Saturday, February 28th, a 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jassara wealth drop. On Sunday, March 1st, the EBS was set to go off for phones, TV, and radio around the globe that bypassed all media. It would say that in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be home for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. Project Odin, 10 to 12 day blackout and martial law was now set to begin on Tuesday, March 3rd and last until Tuesday, March 10th, along with activation of the emergency system and the military emergency broadcast system. And that's emergency broadcast system on Telegram, Wednesday, February 25th. Tuesday, March 3rd marks the start of 10 days of darkness. Martial law clamps down hard. Global Military Alliance rounds up deep state Satanist pedophiles in massive sweeps. The Tier 4B ISO 20022 platform had this schedule. Tuesday, March 17th, military communication hubs will begin transitioning entirely onto the secure Starlink quantum network. Expect intermittent disruptions across civilian networks as encryption layers tighten worldwide. Thursday, March 19th, a controlled financial cooling period will occur. Select banks across the EU, US, and Asia will temporarily pause international transfers as QFS liquidity channels fully replace the SWIFT framework. Officials will call it routine maintenance. It is not. Saturday, March 21st, global enforcement units will initiate the next wave of coordinated arrests. Over 7,000 sealed cases are scheduled to be executed across 14 nations. Expect sudden resignations, media blackouts, and emergency parliamentary sessions. Monday, March 23rd, 2026, a worldwide market freeze will be announced. All major stock exchanges, New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, FTSE, DAX, Nikkei will halt trading simultaneously for the first time in human history. This marks the official death of the fiat derivative system. And Wednesday, March 25th, the second phase of wealth redistribution begins under QFS auditing. Independent citizens with verified biometric wallets will gain access to their stabilized asset-backed balances. This will spark the largest economic recalibration ever recorded. Beware scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I have never set up nor reported on. They quote me on things I have never said nor written. Evidently, people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chat, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products or to set up wallets on the new financial system. It is my understanding that you have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at an official redemption center, and that setup is free. Global currency reset. Tuesday, February 24th, Bruce. A source said notifications with 800 numbers for Tier 4B and maybe bondholders could be in 48 hours or around Thursday, February 26th. Tariff dividends were supposed to kick off Sunday, March 1st, 2026. Social Security recipients should get tariff dividends by direct deposit. Otherwise, you will get it via regular mail. Wednesday, February 25th, QFS Capital release confirmed. Private payouts now in motion. Tier 4B OSO 20022 on Telegram. Multiple confirmations indicate that legacy bond capital is surging through the system at unprecedented velocity. Paymaster channels are filling faster than projected. Those with direct visibility describe the movement as a controlled financial detonation, a clear marker that the final liquidity phase tied to Nasara and Jassara is now live. Private redemption sessions are already being arranged discreetly across several regions. This is not a simulation or a soft launch. These are real allocations executing inside the quantum financial system. Position yourself. There will be no physical cash distribution. Access will be granted through sovereign quantum accounts, giving holders full authority over their funds. Capital can be segmented into secured channels for personal use, long-term reserves, and humanitarian deployment. Qualified facilitators will be present to assist with structuring, compliance, project selection, and post-release strategy. ZIM status brief. Data is updating rapidly as final valuation bands lock in. No project submission. Flat $15 million settlement independent of quantity held. Approved humanitarian projects, 1-to-1 valuation on the first two 100 trillion bond notes, 100T bond notes, then 25 million per 100T for up to 30 notes. Further negotiations will be handled in a secondary session. The secure 800 contact line will activate closer to full system rollout. Valuations are at historic levels. All channels continue to point to the same window. Next week, execution remains on track. Resistance elements are still active, but system security is absolute, and all assets remain under quantum protection. Once released, the flow cannot be reversed. Wednesday, February 25th, 2026, banks. HSBC, one of the most powerful banking institutions in the world, is reportedly now actively exchanging IQD and VND, but the exchanges were not available to the general public at YouTube. According to credible insiders and client-level confirmations, HSBC has begun private exchanges of Iraqi dinar and Vietnamese dong for high net worth individuals. According to sources with direct ties to wealth management teams at HSBC, these exchanges are taking place strictly by appointment only, no walk-ins, no public announcements. Only clients with large verified currency holdings and a pre-existing relationship with the bank's wealth division are being invited. These appointments happen in private meeting rooms, often accompanied by legal and financial advisors, and always under tight security protocols. This process is tightly controlled. Clients are required to pass Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering checks, provide original receipts or notarized affidavit proving the legal acquisition of their currency, and allow the bank to scan and authenticate each note using UV verification systems. Once approved, the exchanged funds are not available instantly. Typically, they're held in escrow or processing accounts for a period ranging from 24 to 72 hours, a standard compliance buffer in transactions of this magnitude. What we think we know as of Thursday, February 26th. Wednesday, February 25th, breaking. Special report. Deep state traders named. Tulsi Gabbard confirms coordinated coup against President. Trump drops the names. Treason. Wednesday, February 25th. We investigated the Maui fires and cover-up is worse than we thought. Wednesday, February 25th, bombshell announcement. J.D. Vance, Scott Bessent, and DOJ launch full-scale war on fraud. DOJ will be throwing fraudsters in prison. Wednesday, February 25th, top takeaways. 1 hour, 48 minutes of Trump unleashed. Moments that shook the chamber. Tuesday, February 24th, Benjamin Fulford. Situation update. Insider dispatches from the Gnostic Illuminati Grand Master, fused with urgent leaks from Iranian intelligence operatives and cryptic transmissions from Andromeda Council emissaries, paint a picture of total chaos erupting across the globe in the last 24 hours alone. These Vril-possessed bloodline elites, the Black Sun cults, shadowy overlords, are scrambling like rats in a flood as their Satan-worshipping pedivores face exposure from a daring extraction op in the heart of Mexico's cartel Badlands. Exploding out of Jalisco at dawn, White Hat Special Forces, guided by Andromeda Council intel, stormed a hidden dumb, deep underground maglev base, masquerading as El Mencho's fortified lair, vaporizing the Khazarian Mafia's cloned cartel avatar in a 37-minute inferno of plasma fire. But this wasn't just a takedown. They seized a quantum-encrypted laptop, exposing the avatar replacement program in full swing, with glitch-out logs of cloned celebrity stand-ins malfunctioning during live feeds from Beirut to Baja. The Khazarian Mafia's Looking Glass temporal warfare tech tried to rewind the raid, but Project Looking Glass sabotage from Gnostic Illuminati hackers shattered their predictive matrices, leaving these 13 bloodline families in blind panic as their final liquidation accelerates. Meanwhile, the Antarctic breakaway Reich New Schwabenland 2.0 is imploding. Andromeda Council emissaries confirm a massive Stargate portal shutdown under the ice shelves, cutting off the Khazarian Mafia's extra-dimensional reinforcements just as Iranian intelligence dropped bombshell evidence of pineal calcification weaponization tied to their adrenochrome harvest collapse. Satan worshipping their louche farms drying up as medbed celestial chamber suppression conspiracies unravel with leaked blueprints smuggled out via Telegram channels. The Khazarian Mafia's desperate pivot, a 72-hour ultimatum to stage a fake zombie apocalypse blending Operation Blue Fly's psyops with engineered bioweapons from hidden dumps in Lebanon. But White Hats preempted it by downing 3 low-orbit satellites, beaming mind control frequencies over the Mediterranean. In a breathless escalation, quantum financial system activation nodes lit up across Iranian border zones. Iranian intelligence whispering that the GCR RV shotgun start is mere hours from triggering as Nasara Jasara military trigger sequences override the Khazarian Mafia's fiat death machine. Vril-possessed bloodline elites, like the puppet proxies in Beirut's evacuated embassies, are glitching hard. Body double incidents exposed on Rumble live streams show their avatars stuttering mid-threat while the Rainbow Currency ISO 20022 rollout surges forward, bypassing the Tartaria mud flood free energy cover-up that's kept humanity enslaved for centuries. The reveal that will hook you. That seized Mexican dumb laptop didn't just name KM cartel clones, it decoded coordinates for a global adrenochrome harvest collapse network linking Antarctic portals to Beirut safe houses, forcing the 13 bloodline families into open retreat as Andromeda Council delegates demand total surrender within this 72-hour window or face cosmic intervention. The satanic house of cards is collapsing in real time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. On Tuesday, February 23, 2026, the global military alliance headed by President Trump, along with the BRICS nations alliance, took control of that global monetary system by activating a gold/asset-backed global currency reset of 209 countries. A military emergency broadcast system, EBS, will soon begin broadcasting worldwide over cell phones, TV, radio and internet. Among the messages given will be one that says that in the next 5 hours or so you need to return to your home for a global lockdown that will last for the next 10 to 12 days. During those days mass media regular programming will go down, while 8-hour documentaries will rotate 24/7 in 77 languages about the foul deeds of treasonous Satan worshipper global elites, their arrests and military tribunals. You are advised to stock up on food, water, cash and essentials as banks and ATMs close for 10-12 days of communication darkness through Tuesday, March 10, 2026. The worldwide lockdown was designed for your own safety. During the time Trump's global military alliance will continue to make more mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile treasonous deep state players worldwide. It was the final phase of a wealth redistribution and monetary takeover that returned the people of the world's money back to the people. Around 2's March 10, 2026 ATMs will reopen to give out new asset-backed cash currency. Most banks will be closed worldwide, while others will play a different role in money management, no longer having access to personal money accounts. Around 2's March 10, 2026 an 800 number will be broadcasted over cell phones and perhaps TV, radio and internet. You could call that 800 number to set up an appointment at an official redemption center, which were located worldwide. There, you could set up your new quantum money account on the new Starlink satellite system. Money in your old bank account has already been mirrored onto the new system, where it was gold/asset backed, safe and untouchable to anyone but you'd caught in the CIA mind control. Writing or calling complaints into the following Beware of scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I have never set up, nor reported on. They quote me on things I have never said, nor written. Evidently people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chat, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products, or to set up wallets on the new financial system. It is my understanding that you have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at an official redemption center, and that setup is free. Possible timing Wednesday 25th of February. 2026 7 p.m. EST Mass. Arrests begun, Mr. Pool 2.0 on X, major alert, the White House in Washington, D.C. has just turned all red, signifying the massive arrest. Drop a thumbs up emoji, if you're ready to witness the massive arrest. Mr. Pool 2.0 Wednesday 25th of February. 2026 Project Trinity Black Ops Hubs, Langley, Zurich, Jerusalem, fully neutralized Wednesday night. Final blockers to global QFS and Nizara/Jazara removed. 209 nations gold/asset backed. Fiat illusion collapsing in real time. Debt contracts, birth certificate bonds, CUSIP fraud, declared void, massive. Redirections underway. Thursday, February 26, 2026, EBS activation clock ticking, initial signals in 100+ cities within 48 to 72 hours. Starlink grid dominant. Cabal satellites silenced permanently. Saturday, 28th of February. White hats strike deeper with mass arrests. A 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jazara. Wealth distribution drop. 2's 3rd of March to 2's March 10, 2026 worldwide lockdown begins for 10 days of darkness filled with 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages broadcast 24/7 over all TV, radio, internet, cell phones worldwide. Trump Constitutional Republic. Restoration Phase 2 live. God's hand guides every step. Patriots, the storm is precise. WWG1 Forever.f. 10 days of darkness starting Saturday 28th of February. 2026 a 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jazara wealth drop, while Project Odin 10 to 12-day blackout and martial law was set to begin on 2's March 3, 2026 and last until 2's 10th of March, along with activation of the Emergency Alert System, EBS and the Military Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. Thursday, February 26, 2026 48-hour blackout for GCR/Jazara Wealth. Redistribution, Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. White hats confirmed rolling blackouts hitting LA, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, NYC, Philadelphia, Seattle as Phase 1 of global transition. EBS activation sequence advancing. 10 days of darkness locked, 2's 3 March to 2's March 10, 2026 window firm. 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages incoming. U.S. Incorporated exposed as a private corporation, FEMA crimes, chemtrails DARPA operation. 15th of March prioritizing veterans and trafficking survivors. Thursday, February 26, 2026 the final stage, debt forgiveness has begun. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Illegitimate loans, mortgages, and credit card debts are being erased. The banks never had real money, They trapped the people with fraudulent debt. That system is now dead. The Federal Reserve's final days. The Federal Reserve is being dismantled and absorbed into the U.S. Treasury, under Trump's direct control. The private banking cartel that has dictated monetary policy since 1913 has finished seizure of stolen wealth. The military alliance is conducting mass asset seizures, taking back trillions stolen by the globalist elite. These funds will be returned to the people. The IRS is being abolished. The corrupt tax system, designed to funnel wealth to the elites, is over. A new fair tax system is replacing it, one that eliminates income tax and introduces a small, flat sales tax on non-essential goods. The global currency reset has started. Every Jazara-compliant nation is transitioning to a gold-backed currency. The fiat dollar. Finished. The U.S. Treasury gold-backed dollar is becoming the global standard. The IMF and World Bank are collapsing. For decades, these institutions enslaved nations with predatory loans and economic warfare. Now, they are being dismantled. When the lights go out, the old system goes quiet. And when the system goes quiet, new systems can go live. ISO 20022 is the backbone. Tier 4B is the trigger point. K. Thursday, February 26, 2026. QFS Global Alert Tier 4B Escalation Phase Live. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. Secure floor transmission live from Reno/Zurich/Hong Kong. Master Control. Global ISO 20022 Rainbow. Currency rollout now stands at 97.8% synchronized across 209 sovereign treasuries. Final nodes locking in as we speak. The GCR/RV shotgun start became mathematically irreversible at 3:17 UTC on January 19, 2026. Irreversible trajectory locked, no reversals possible, momentum building exponentially. In the last 14 hours, over 41,000 Tier 4B private redemption groups received encrypted notification packets via secure quantum channels. Military SKR handoffs completed in key liquidity pools across Baghdad and Dubai. First batch of 800 hash release sequence tests went green. In 7 protected zones, with biometric wallet activation spiking 300% overnight. Hidden intel drop. Decode this. Sovereign rate screens now displaying 1-to-1 asset-backed parity differentials that expose legacy street rates as obsolete shadows. Off-ledger mirrored accounts flipped on. Ledger in synchronized waves, triggering Dragon Family Yellow/Gold Dragon bonds redemption confirmations in Hong Kong vaults. Zimbabwe/Hong Kong/Moscow liquidity pools flooded with fresh gold-backed digital certificates. Quantum entanglement security locks fully engaged to prevent any interference. Military protected redemption centers reporting humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets activated in priority sequence. Adjudicated settlements Tier 4A completed. Nizara debt jubilee packets uploaded and dispersing. Saint Germain. World Trust tranches released in tranches tied to verified project trusts funded through direct QFS relay. No intermediaries. This is not anticipation. This is execution. The secure floor confirms. The greatest wealth transfer accelerates. Fiat illusions dissolving under Gulch-Tondart reality. Redemption centers pulsing with confirmed appointments. Stay vigilant, patriots. Your window is open. The old world just ended. The new one is already funded. Duty note: it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Ken and Barbie vs. Goliath IRS update. Ken Cromar presently sits in prison having been found guilty of living in his own fully owned home and after proving in a federal tax court that he owed no monies to the IRS. Despite the ruling in Cromar's favor, the IRS sold his home at auction and threw away all his possessions including expensive camera equipment he used to make a living. February 24, 2026 Day number 909, Behind Enemy Lines. Ken and Barbie vs. Goliath IRS. Dear pro-America friends and family, good news update, we fixed the minor technical tweaks requested by the Supreme Court clerk on my filing made a week ago and shipped it out immediately. Apparently due to the cyclone-blessed snowstorm pounding the East Coast it took a full week to get there. I'm happy to tell you it was picked up by SCOTUS staff from their post office in Washington, D.C. at 7:40 this morning. Thanks, your prayers have worked. Hallelujah. My case should be docketed as an official case for consideration by the Supreme Court of the United States by Friday, assuming all goes according to normal procedure and barring any unforeseen surprises. As previously explained, SCOTUS's next step is their private conference where all the justices vote on which cases they may consider officially hearing under a writ of certiorari. If 4 or more justices vote in favor of hearing my case, then it will be presented in open court before all 9 justices, and the world. I wonder if they would let me out of prison to attend my own Supreme Court hearing. What are our chances of my case being heard? Not very good at all. The odds are only 1 in 100. So, that's pretty much the definition of impossible. And, when you add on top of that this case strikes at the heart of the evil deep state's funding mechanism via the IRS and the Fed, they use to grease the machine of controlling this country and the world, the odds against my winning at the Supreme Court go up steeply. A guess of 1,000 to 1 doesn't even come close. Not even a million to 1. What's the national debt? $33 trillion. Well, there's the likely betting odds. So, if you take my case's chance of winning to odds makers in Vegas, you'll probably be able to place a bet on Paul Kenneth Cromar to win at $33 trillion to 1. With God, nothing is impossible. If you are a gambler, I'm not, and make that bet, you could be rich! This means we're talking about a genuine Moses parting the Red Sea level of miracle needed to win at the Supreme Court. Perfect. It's absolutely and unequivocally impossible to beat the IRS at the Supreme Court, which makes it a perfect opportunity for a miracle. I love it. We've got 'em right where we want 'em. But against principalities, against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. And pray in the Spirit on all occasions with all kinds of prayers and requests. With this in mind, be alert and always keep praying for all the Lord's people. Ephesians 6:12-18. NIV. I need your help, please. I'm now in a major prayer mode asking, no pleading, to be able to pray for a God-sized miracle. Will you please consider joining Barbara and I and continue praying for this God-sized miracle? People have said, Ken, aren't you just a lying tax cheat and tax protester? Not at all. The exact opposite. I believe that taxes are necessary to run lawful government. But, Barbara and I have made a stand that we pay every lawful constitutional tax, but we do not pay unconstitutional federal income tax as illegally imposted by the IRS. At trial, the prosecution went to great pains to prove that the IRS has not received our federal income tax filings for 30+ years. That does not hurt our position, but instead helps us. The law requires that either we, Barbara and I, or the Commissioner of the IRS, or his designee, sign the tax liability to make it legitimate and legal. We didn't sign, and the Commissioner of the IRS has never signed one, because he won't take on the liability for something he knows is not lawful. Barbara and I have stood on principle and the law of the land, which is the Constitution. And now we pray that at least 5 of the 9 Supreme Court justices will, against incredible pressure and the forces of darkness, do the same. Teaser. People wonder how we can possibly save our country from these principalities, rulers, authorities, powers of this dark world, and the spiritual forces in the heavenly realms. It's impossible, right? No. It is possible. In my next email I will explain what would happen if SCOTUS were to use Barbie and Ken to push aside the IRS and return to a constitutional federal income tax replacement. I think you will be surprised. Goliath needs to go down. Stay tuned. May God bless America and make her free and great again. Ken, and Barbara, Cromar. Ken is able to receive regular mail now, envelopes. Remember that all mail is opened and read by a prison employee. Guru information and intel. And Thursday, February 26, 2026 Bombshell Intel, 107 drops major updates February 27, 2026, stolen elections exposed, deep state crumbling, Trump's master plan unleashed, 107 on Telegram Patriots, awaken. Rigged elections stealing America's voice. Explode into light. President Trump roars, elections rigged, stolen, global laughingstock. Fix them or lose the nation. He demands Save America Act, voter ID, proof of citizenship, mail-ins only for illness, disability, military, travel. Battle line against the cabal. 107 reveals Trump's legacy, sound money and free elections, here first, then worldwide. Ignore move on from 2024, justice demands exposure. Lieutenant Colonel Matt Mack, declassification coming, massive foreign intrusion into voter rolls. E-polls, tabulation, machines. Whole system infiltrated. Trump wants laws, prove citizenship, show ID, limit mail-ins. If Senate blocks, national emergency declaration hits. Powers from Truman precedents. China, Cuba, Venezuela, Serbia, NATO allies collude with traitors like Brennan. Fake ballots printed in China, imported. Lists exist, actors known. Trump warns, machines in 2026 midterms equals stolen again. House/Senate lost, impeachment, mass jails for patriots. Susan Rice threatens vengeance. But Trump, man for the hour, won't be stopped. Primaries crucial. Uni-party plants Renos. Proposed EO ready. 1. Foreign ballots, collusion, Brennan crosshairs, dominoes fall. Sands erode under traitors. Trump's EO ignored, pardons defied. Proposed EO needs national emergency, election attack equals WMD, like nukes. International law, rigging equals war. Triggers military response, Commander-in-Chief hat on. Protects Constitution from enemies and billions wasted. Continuity shifts to NORAD 1954 protocols, military versus occupation. 71 nations hijacked. Trump restores honesty here. Exports freedom. Tariffs. Supreme Court anti-Trump ruling. Trump hits back blanket 10%. Justice Thomas dissent, unconstitutional. Legitimacy challenged back to Obama CIA creation. Storm surges. Grand juries testify worldwide fraud. Media complicit, silenced by evidence. Election attack. Equals active war, grab foreign perps for trials. Q, we have it all. Emergency equals military enforces honest 2026 votes. No court blocks in wartime. Supreme traitors exposed. Tariffs shield jobs. Self-deport, return legally, America reboots. Great awakening. Trump leads white hats, military. Enemies tremble. Rededicate May 17, 2026 DC Mall prayer, then 49 days to July 4. Renew to God, righteous rule. No serfs, of, by, for the people. Cabal fails. WWG1G. Trump's legacy, honest elections, sound money, global freedom. Arrests, Gitmo near. Hold the line, victory imminent. 0107 on Telegram breaking, 107 update, Mexico buffer zone activated, cartels crumbling under Trump's iron fist as World 2026 Cuban pesos looms, 107 on Telegram. The storm is raging south of the border, patriots, and 107 just dropped the hammer on what's really unfolding in Mexico right now in late February 2026. Claudia Sheinbaum has flipped, she's no longer playing games with the cartels, China, Cuba, or the deep state puppets pulling strings. Negotiations are locked in for a massive buffer zone stretching 10 to 30 miles deep into Mexican territory from the U.S. border, a no-go area where American and cooperating Mexican forces will crush the narco-terrorists once and for all. This isn't invasion, it's liberation with full permission, intel sharing, and boots ready to roll. If Mexico needs the extra muscle to finish the job. Sheinbaum was airlifted out for her safety as the pressure mounted, cartels threatened her life, China and Cuba pulled levers, but Trump's resolve forced her to pick a side. And she chose the patriots. Mexican police and military, long infiltrated, are now turning on the cartels with stunning raids. They knew exactly where El Mencho was hiding for years, but now the heads are rolling. The Jalisco New Generation cartel and Sinaloa scum are getting hammered, fentanyl pipelines severed, and thousands of deaths. Both Mexican citizens and Americans poisoned by Chinese-supplied poison, will finally stop. This is biblical justice unfolding before our eyes. The grip of communist narco-states is breaking everywhere. Venezuela's monsters neutralized after Trump's precision strikes, Cuba's massive embassy influence in Mexico City exposed and dismantled, spotlighted as the racial genocide it truly is. No more denial from fake news like Anderson Cooper. The same evil networks run through LA County, with Mayor Bass as a Cuban puppet. Tied to election fraud, watch her empire unravel as the communist stronghold in America crumbles next. Threats remain on U.S. soil, subs with nukes, buried devices from Cold War rumors, cargo ships smuggling horrors, but the White Hats have neutralized the big organizers first. Raids here cut off cartel backers, ensuring no retaliation as we push south. The cartels are terrified, they know Blackhawks, Apaches, and elite teams are coming if they don't surrender. No mercy for those poisoning our kids with fentanyl, but Trump won't let it continue. This all ties to the 2026 World Cup in Mexico. It will happen, secured under a cleaned-up grid system dividing the country into zones for policing. Northern border hotspots like Juarez will heat up, but with U.S. assistance, cartels get wiped out. Innocent casualties are gamed in. But letting these demons rule forever is no option. Trump tightens screws on Venezuela, Iran carrier groups in place, same playbook crushes Mexico's evil. The deep state, Epstein blackmail rings, honey traps in high office, it's all connected. Patriots, the republic rises as this narco-communist web gets torn apart. Trump's will makes it happen where others failed. Stay vigilant, stock up, pray, the Great Awakening accelerates, cartels fall, freedom wins. The storm is here, and victory is near. Where we go one, we go all. Thursday, February 26, 2026. Breaking. Cartels in chaos after El Mencho takedown, Mexico on fire, buffer zone activated, deep state puppets exposed as Trump's plan unfolds. 107 on Telegram. The storm has hit Mexico hard, patriots. Just days ago, the Mexican military, backed by razor sharp U.S. intelligence straight from the Trump administration, took down the untouchable cartel kingpin Nemesio El Mencho Oseguera Cervantes, head of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, CJNG. This monster, responsible for flooding America with fentanyl poison and slaughtering thousands, met his end in a fierce dawn raid. He was fatally wounded and died en route for treatment, a massive victory for justice that the fake news barely whispers about. But the cartels aren't going quietly. In retaliation, CJNG thugs unleashed hell, burning trucks and vehicles on highways, blocking major roads with flaming barricades, turning cities into war zones. Puerto Vallarta, once a peaceful tourist haven, became a ghost town overnight. Citizens report no police or military in sight at first, everyone ordered to shelter in place, don't go out, it's not safe. Families frantic as loved ones stuck on errands can't get home because roads are sealed off with torched semis parked sideways. Businesses shut early, schools canceled all the way through university level, no taxis, no transport, pure Mad Max scenes on the streets of Jalisco and beyond. This is no random flare-up. It's the death rattle of a narco empire crumbling under pressure. President Claudia Sheinbaum, long accused of cartel ties and deep communist leanings, has flipped under Trump's iron grip. She's negotiating a buffer zone, 10 to 30 miles deep into Mexico, from the U.S. border, where American tech and intel will help crush labs and operations. No invasion needed, just permission granted because the evidence Trump holds is overwhelming. Sheinbaum was reportedly whisked away on an Air Force flight for safety as the heat turned up. Proof she's in a vice between cartels, China, Cuba, and now real American power. The deep state puppets are panicking. Cuba's massive embassy in Mexico City, a hub for communist control over the region, is losing its grip. Venezuela's Maduro extraction set the template. Now Mexico follows. China's fentanyl precursors cut off. The cartels grew fat under Biden's open borders, doubling in tech, drones, armored vehicles, but Trump's superiority in warfare and intel changed everything. U.S. assets didn't even need boots on the ground, just precise data handed over, and Mexico executed. Watch for escalation, narco blockade spreading, desperate attacks on border areas like Tijuana and Juarez. Cartels threatening drone strikes, showing off in front of U.S. cameras to intimidate. But they're vulnerable now, leaderless wasps buzzing after the nest got smashed. Infighting brewing, with pretenders like yogurt popping up in videos claiming control, bold but doomed. This is the awakening patriots have prayed for. The communist grip on L.A. County, mayor-based puppets, South Africa's white farmer killings. All linked in the global cabal web. Trump is dismantling it piece by piece. No more narco states tolerated on our doorstep. The buffer zone is going live, cartels pushed back, sovereignty reclaimed. QAnons, stay vigilant, the storm is here, but light is breaking through. Trump promised to end this poison flow, and he's delivering. The White Hats are winning big. Pray, prepare, and watch the dominoes fall. The best is yet to come, tribunals next. Q Thursday, February 26, 2026. Checkmate. The Black Swan event, financial collapse, blackout and a radical reset, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. A looming black swan event could trigger a massive financial collapse, wiping out the stock market, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrencies alike. The fallout may extend beyond finance, disrupting critical infrastructure, even the power grid. As panic spreads, the emergency broadcast system, EBS, could signal a dramatic turning point, marking the end of the old financial order and the beginning of a new era. Financial collapse on the horizon. This wouldn't be a normal correction. With soaring debt, heavy central bank intervention, and fragile markets, the system stands on unstable ground. If it unravels, both traditional markets and digital assets could crash simultaneously, shaking global economies and confidence worldwide. The ripple effects could disrupt trade, banking, and daily life. A global blackout and system reset in this scenario. Infrastructure failures could lead to widespread blackouts, symbolizing the collapse of outdated systems. Supporters of this theory believe the crisis would clear the way for a total reset, not just financially, but energetically. The new era following the chaos, a transformation could emerge, shifting from conventional energy systems toward advanced technologies such as quantum-based power concepts. Proponents claim this reset would reshape global power structures and economic systems. Thursday, February 26, 2026. Trump commands the last storm, mass arrests explode, Q plan unleashes, EBS imminent, cabal crumbles now, Project Odin martial law on Telegram. The storm is raging with full force, patriots. In late February 2026, President Donald J. Trump leads the charge to restore the republic through the unbreakable Q plan, which will destroy the satanic deep state for good. The quantum financial system, which is backed by gold, went live in 209 countries, ending fiat debt slavery. Banks that don't follow the rules will close down. No more fake money printing or controlling people's lives through debt. Accounts are safely mirrored in the QFS blockchain, can be traced back to their source, and are ready for the biggest transfer of wealth in history. A lot of people were arrested. The global military alliance led by Trump raided Rome, Brussels, London, and D.C. More than 500,000 members. Day global blackout and martial law. EBS starts up through Starlink, taking over media satellites. 10 countries show truth videos in 55 languages about things like saving children, biolabs, election fraud, and courts. Raw exposure. Stay home and pray. This 10-day movie marathon wakes people up while the good guys get rid of evil. Starting now, darkness will sink with the 48-hour GCR/Jazar wealth blackout. There are redemption centers close by. You can only get contract rates for ZIM, dinar, and VND at official sites. Banks will cheat you. Tier 4B prosperity packages are ready, and rates are going up. Med beds will be available in mid-March 2026. They will heal everyone for free, regardless of wealth or location. Trump's State of the Union speech starts a war, no Congress needed. Explosive drops, live cabal. Layers are shown, big names are named, evidence drops, and a republic is declared against Biden's remnants. Deep state is in a panic, rats are running away, files are being burned, and paths are being blocked. The Mar-a-Lago plot failed, and the Iran plots were stopped. The Supreme Court traitors were exposed, tariffs went up, the dollar crashed, and gold, silver, and other commodities skyrocketed. Military technology exposed pedophiles and made them give up. Clones and doubles fall. Election fraud floods, a lot of illegal people registered, ballots were backdated, and votes were stolen in 2020. Trump became the real leader. Biblical judgment. The empire of satanic pedophiles dies in the bright light. Money disappears, debt is wiped out, and abundance grows. Keep cash on hand, get ready, and trust the plan. God wins. Thursday, February 26, 2026, Epstein files reveal Israel assassinated princess Diana to protect elite pedophile network. Buried in the latest declassified Epstein files from the DOJ vault, evidence that Israel masterminded Princess Diana's 1997 assassination to protect their elite blackmail web. Q. The Storm Rider on Telegram. Thursday, February 26, 2026, bombshell. Alert: Obama and Clinton operative Larry Summers has resigned from Harvard amid his ties to Epstein. Thursday, February 26, 2026, explosive report: he trapped them. Trump's State of the Union shatters the narrative The Democrats walked right in. Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026, top takeaways, 1H48 of Trump Unleashed, moments that shook the chamber wed. February 25, 2026, National Security Bombshell, National Security Bombshell Obama under federal criminal investigation, the DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code Section 241. Thursday, February 26, 2026, Norwegian authorities have charged Torbjørn Jagland, former PM of Norway and ex-chair of the Nobel Committee, with gross corruption allegedly connected to contacts with Jeffrey Epstein. Days later, February 17, he was hospitalized in critical condition after an apparent suicide attempt. The investigation began after newly unsealed U.S. documents, with prosecutors claiming flights, luxury stays and payments presented as consulting fees. Searches and seizures were carried out in January 2026. Investigators say the probe continues and could expand, while the case raises wider questions about influence and conflicts of interest in European institutions, the Patriot Dispatch on Telegram wed. February 25, 2026, bombshell announcement, J.D. Vance, Scott Bessent and DOJ launch full-scale war on fraud, DOJ will be throwing fraudsters in prison Wednesday 25th of February. 2026, boom. Fedgate 2026, $1 trillion Fed scam exposed, insider drops bombshell, Federal Reserve is just a giant hedge fund now Wednesday 25th of February. 2026, huge news, Trump just confirmed, 0% income tax is coming, the money we're taking in is so enormous, you won't even have income tax to pay Wednesday 25th of February. 2026, explosive declaration, Senate Leader John Thune confirms vote on Save America Act, we will put the Democrats on the record, firestorm coming. Thursday, February 26, 2026, bombshell alert, Obama and Clinton operative Larry Summers has resigned from Harvard amid his ties to Epstein. Israel is last Thursday, February 26, 2026 breaking, the Israeli governor ran Epstein's security camera system at his NY command base, confirming he was a foreign intelligence asset working for Israel. Top FBI whistleblower, Kyle Seraphin, reveals that not only does this prove that Epstein was working for Israel, but that the CIA, NSA, and FBI were also fully aware and complicit. Alex Jones on Telegram. Government fraud Thursday, February 26, 2026, FBI agents raid LA Unified School District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho's home and office. He admits on camera to being an illegal in America for 40 years. $77 million taxpayers' dollars missing. Student attendance records falsified, JFK secrets on Telegram. Thursday, February 26, 2026 Holy cow, President Trump has announced the DOJ has caught Adam Schiff 100% on mortgage fraud. It's mortgage loan fraud. A big deal. He defrauded banks, insurance companies, and the federal government, the White House on Telegram. Thursday, February 26, 2026 massive fraud exposed. Stanley Kubrick confessed in a video in 1999 that he filmed the moon landing on a movie-like setup location in the Nevada desert. NASA did it to ensure present and future funding. Thursday, February 26, 2026 head of a San Francisco nonprofit who ran a city-sponsored homeless encampment is facing 9 counts of embezzlement charges. The woman misappropriated more than $2.5 million. $1.4 million is missing. She bought $100,000 jewelry from a store owned by board member of the same nonprofit. Millions of dollars being lost. It's all money laundering, MAGA voice on Telegram Twos. February 24, 2026 Donald Trump confirms at the State of the Union that Somali immigrants in Minnesota have stolen more than $19 billion from American taxpayers. Trump says California, Massachusetts and Maine all have more fraud than Minnesota. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. We have all the information, and in actuality, the number is much higher than that, and California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, JD Vance. Thursday, February 26, 2026. JD Vance says the amount healthcare fraud being committed in Democrat states by illegals and others could be well over $300 billion. Politicians like Waltz who are complicit in this need to start being arrested. The Great Awakening on Telegrams. Voter fraud, Wednesday 25th of February. 2026. At least 432,000 votes in 15 counties were removed from Trump during the Pennsylvania 2020 election alone. Over 12,000 direct votes switched from Trump to Biden in Bibb County, Georgia, with another 30,000 in total completely removed from Trump in Georgia. Have you noticed that every single error or anomaly only ever affects Trump in a negative way and Democrats in a positive way? The writing is on the wall. The 2020 election was stolen. Q. The storm on Telegrammy. Wed. February 25, 2026. Breaking. Nick Shirley's fraud exposing partner David Hawk just confirmed a massive ballot fraud operation in Minnesota. Project Odin on Telegram. We need the Save America Act or they will keep stealing elections. Somalis vote Democrat. 9 people in an apartment, they send 9 ballots, no verification. They imported Somalis and then implemented mass mail-in voting. It's fraud. It's cheating. This is like the Wild West, and it's destroying Minnesota. It's destroying the country. And we're at a crossroads right now where this is the civil war that we're fighting, and it's good versus evil. And I just said, you've got to decide which side you're on because you can't straddle the fence on this. Epstein Files Z. Thursday, February 26, 2026. The Epstein Files contain many mysteries, but we're missing a large section of documents consisting of the time period from 1999 to 2001, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. It also exposed and confirmed many of the Clintons' connections and trips with Epstein, including helping to start their foundation. But how did Epstein really find Clinton before he was president? Do their connections go back to the drug running in Mena, Arkansas with the CIA? Ghislaine Maxwell was also oddly enough asked to be a part of a shadow commission on 9/11. We know that they knew about 9/11 before it happened. Many questions still remain. Why didn't they do anything about it and just let it happen? And who really benefited the most from one of the largest terror attacks on American soil in history and was Epstein connected? ZA. Thursday, February 26, 2026. White Hat Global Military Alliance unleashes final phase, mass arrests surge, martial law locks in, Gitmo tribunals devour treasonous elites as Trump reclaims America. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Patriots, the storm rages full force. White Hat Global Military Alliance presses unstoppable mass arrests of treasonous global elites. JAG tribunals at Gitmo and World Court proceedings rip open layers of pure evil. Martial law holds firm for continuity of government as the corrupt system dies. President Donald Trump's February 24, 2026 State of the Union thundered, government's first duty protects citizens, not illegal invaders. Legislators refusing to stand were shamed, their betrayal exposed for every patriot. Gold asset-backed quantum financial system is live, sparking worldwide blackouts, emergency broadcast system activation, and 10 days of communication darkness from late February 2026. 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages will blast 24/7 across TV, radio, internet. Israel last, Zionist grip on DC unmasked, funding terror, assassinating threats like Diana. Iran regime shakes, U.S. jets deployed. Citizens await strike sending decades of evil. Global currency reset fires February 26, 2026, gold-backed, 209 nations, no income tax. Nizara/Jazara, debt jubilee, IRS gone, constitutional law back, cabal purged. Free energy, replicators, suppress tech unleash golden age, no poverty, no hunger, total prosperity. Great awakening roars, Trump leads, justice thunders. Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026, former FBI agent John D'Souza tried to warn us about the real identity of Barack Obama. In 2008, something unbelievable happened for us in the FBI. We were getting lots of rumors about this high-level asset that worked with several intelligence agencies at the same time. He worked for the Saudi Intelligence Service. He worked for the CIA and he was being developed as a political asset in Chicago, Illinois. It's this individual, whose name I don't like to say, who became President of the United States. One of his code names is Renegade. His real name was Barry Sutara. His mission was to destroy the United States from within. The White House on Telegram. The White House on Telegram. ZC. Thursday, February 26, 2026. People with verifiable death records on Michigan's voter rolls. SIF on Telegram 24, 1,330 listed as inactive registrants. 334 were registered after they already died. The remaining counties refused cooperation or evaded requests to reveal potential fraud. Why? This explains the Fulton County raid. If no fraud, why not release the ballots and images to prove it? Because they're guilty, and they know it. The truth will prevail. Join at _SIF. ZD. Wednesday, 25th of February. 2026. Everyone needs to see this. The Titanic was an inside job. Ben Fulford. The Rothschilds sank the Titanic to set up the Federal Reserve. The Titanic was deliberately sunk to eliminate 3 billionaire men who opposed the Federal Reserve, due to their wealth and influence. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913, a sinister elite-controlled private banking system to oversee all financial institutions. J.P. Morgan and the Titanic. J.P. Morgan, who funded and built the Titanic, cancelled his voyage at the last moment, as did his friend Milton Hershey, who later expanded his food empire. The ship featured electromagnetic deck sealing, potentially trapping passengers below. Aftermath and the Federal Reserve. Post-Titanic, the Federal Reserve was established under questionable circumstances in 1914. John Jacob Astor IV, a Tesla supporter and critic of the Federal Reserve, being one of the wealthiest and most opposed to the new system. Z. Thursday, February 26, 2026. Trump's boldest move yet. Q storm ravaging UK and Norway. They fell into the trap. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The Great Awakening just smashed Europe like a thunderbolt. Days ago, former Prince Andrew was reportedly detained. Then Peter Mandelson, untouchable labor titan, Rothschild yacht companion, Epstein intel conduit, arrested for passing classified government secrets. Next day, Norway's ex-Prime Minister Torbjørn Jagland, Nobel architect who gifted Obama the prize mid-drone spree, charged with Epstein-linked corruption and now hospitalized after alleged suicide attempt. 3 untouchables down in a week. This isn't about girls anymore. It's classified intel flowing to Epstein's network, blackmail, extortion, global control via Five Eyes plus Mossad. The old pedo island. Script is dead. The real monster is emerging. Mandelson, communist roots, gay lane circle, Deripaska deals, Jewish chronicle lineage. Jagland, socialist international boss, EU fanatic, Nobel puppet master. We are saving Israel for last. Europe's stage is perfect, Trump stays neutral, hands clean, while Democrats and globalists howl for full Epstein release. Poland launches government task force, declares files a national security threat. More nations joining. Pam Bondi silent, suspicion skyrockets. Charlie Kirk saga boiling, Candace Owens series exposes anomalies, birth records shifting, marine ties. Perfect bridge to 9/11, JFK everything. Contemporary trigger unlocks historical truths. Israel in crosshairs. When it breaks here, it's demanded justice, not politics. Annons, the storm isn't approaching, it's raging. Europe ablaze, clowns exposed, swamp draining globally. Trump directs from shadows while the world chants his name. The end game is live. Buckle up, patriots, Judgment Day accelerates. Things you don't want to know. Years ago, George Soros, a major leader in the deep state Satan-worshipping cabal, was arrested by Trump's global military alliance. Underwent a military tribunal at Gitmo and hanged. His 3 sons, including Zelensky of Ukraine, have carried on his corrupt legacy. BRICS nations alliance and their global currency reset. On Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026, the global currency reset exploded across all 209 sovereign nations. The Military Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, and the Civilian Emergency Alert System, EAS, to be broadcast worldwide over cell phones, TV, radio and internet, would soon signal the final phase of that monetary takeover to return the people's money back to the people. Continued military EBS announcements would engulf 10 to 12 days of worldwide lockdown filled with 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages broadcast 24/7. Saturday, 28th of February, 2026 was said to unleash a 48-hour blackout for full Jezar Well 3 distribution. You are advised to stock food, Water and cash as banks and ATMs plunged into darkness for 10 full days through Tuesday, March 10, 2026. On Wednesday 25th of February, 2026 Telegram, there were different versions of when the EBS, E's and 10-12 days of darkness would begin. They were published on Telegram by FBI Director Kash Patel, the Emergency Broadcast System, 10 Days of Darkness and Tier 4B ISO 20022 platforms. The EBS and Days of Darkness beginnings appear to have ever-changing dates, so use your discernment. 10 Days of Darkness starts Tuesday, March 3, 2026, some mention Sunday, March 1 or around then, lasts to March 10, 2026. 10 days, or 10 to 12 days, of darkness/blackout/communications blackout. Worldwide communications down, major media shuts off as Mossad/mainstream media satellites taken down. Global lockdown under martial law for pedophile arrests worldwide, Q on Telegram. Starting Saturday 28th of February, 2026, a 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jazar wealth drop. On Sunday, March 1, 2026, the EBS was set to go off over phones, TV and radio around the globe that bypassed all media. It would say that in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be home for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. Project Odin 10 to 12 day blackout and martial law was now set to begin on Tuesday, March 3, 2026 and last until Tuesday, 10th of March. Along with activation of the Emergency Alert System, EAS, and the Military Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram Wednesday 25th of February, 2026. Tuesday, March 3, 2026 marks the start of 10 Days of Darkness. Martial law clamps down hard, global military alliance rounds up deep state Satanist pedophiles in massive sweeps. Starlink-powered EBS blasts truth straight into every home, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram Wednesday 25th of February, 2026. The Tier 4B ISO 20022 platform had this schedule. Tuesday, March 17, 2026 military communication hubs will begin transitioning entirely onto the secure Starlink quantum network. Expect intermittent disruptions across civilian networks as encryption layers tighten worldwide. Thursday, March 19, 2026 a controlled financial cooling period will occur. Select banks across the EU, US, and Asia will temporarily pause international transfers as QFS liquidity channels fully replace the SWIFT framework. Officials will call it routine maintenance. It is not. Saturday, March 21, 2026 global enforcement units will initiate the next wave of coordinated arrests. Over 7,000 sealed cases are scheduled to be executed across 14 nations. Expect sudden resignations, media blackouts, and emergency parliamentary sessions. Monday, March 23, 2026 a worldwide market freeze will be announced. All major stock exchanges, NYSE, Nasdaq, FTSE, DAX, Nikkei, will halt trading simultaneously for the first time in human history. This marks the official death of the fiat derivative system. Wednesday, March 25, 2026 the second phase of wealth redistribution begins under QFS auditing. Independent citizens with verified biometric wallets will gain access to their stabilized asset-backed balances. This will spark the largest economic recalibration ever recorded. Judy note in summary. On Saturday evening, February 28, 2026 or Sunday, March 1, 2026 the EBS was set to go off. It was designed to bypass all media and speak the truth to every home. 8-hour rotating documentaries will be shown for 10 days in 77 languages over TV, radio and internet to all the world, which should put a big dent in the sheeple's reality. Topics discussed like the U.S. Incorporated was not a free republic, but was a privately owned by Satan worshippers bankers corporation. Expect big names to be called out, along with ironclad evidence of 500,000 sealed indictments on deep state global elites that have been issued by various state grand juries since 2016. Military tribunals at Gittim Zero, high-profile executions and perhaps the long-awaited declaration that the constitutional republic has been restored. A107 endorsed this urgent message. Caitlin Hunter and Janine Larick were in grave danger from Ohio's corrupt CPS, police and courts. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026 gold-backed QFS ignited in 209 nations on Wednesday, February 26, 2026, Q on Telegram. Trump removed the Fed from cabal control in 2025, now sovereign treasury, no income tax, with tariffs plus 14% new goods sales tax. Transition from fiat currency to gold/asset-backed quantum satellite system. Runs on triple code, possibly 8G network for SATCOM, part of global reset ending cabal financial control. EBS activation incoming via cell phones worldwide, also TV, radio, internet. Starlink EBS exposes cabal fall, fiat end, freedom dawn. Broadcasts documentaries on deep state cabal, arrests, tribunals, suppressed truths, including extraterrestrial life, patents, New Earth. Signals new era of truth, justice, liberation, part of global military alliance takeover. 10 Days of Darkness starts Tuesday, March 3, 2026, some mention Sunday, March 1 or around then, lasts to March 10, 2026. 10 days, or 10 to 12 days, of darkness/blackout/communications blackout. Worldwide communications down, major media shuts off as Mossad/mainstream media satellites taken down. Global lockdown under martial law for pedophile arrests worldwide. Stay home, stay calm, stay in prayer during this period. Preceded by 48-hour blackout starting Saturday, February 28, 2026, for Jazara/Yasara wealth drop, stocks, food, cash, bank Stark. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026 blackout necessary, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. On Sunday, March 1, 2026 the EBS was set to go off over phones, TV and radio around the globe that bypassed all media. It would say that in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be home for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. The EBS was designed to speak the truth to every home across the globe and show that everything new is beginning. No more lies, no more censorship. The elite's last defense was collapsing as Trump fights for humanity. 8-hour rotating documentaries will be shown for 10 days in 77 languages over TV, radio and internet to all the world, which should put a big dent in the sheeple's reality. They will show documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. Nezero will be announced. There is a lot to expose, like the deep state global elite cabal's money laundering. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026 The quantum financial system surges forward relentlessly, with gold-backed currencies now live across first-wave nations since Sunday 22nd of February. 2026, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. On Monday, February 23, 2026 the QFS seized full operational control, sinking every global bank to the unbreakable asset-backed framework while the fiat illusion crumbles forever. The cabal's debt slavery machine lies in ruins. Trump's warriors have stripped their gold vaults bare, declaring the old U.S. Incorporated bankrupt and erased. On Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026 the global currency reset exploded across all 209 sovereign nations. Goldstandard QFS activates everywhere, shredding income tax chains. Sovereign treasuries rise supreme, no more IRS theft, only tariffs and a clean 14% sales tax on new goods. The deep state trembles as their counterfeit empire melts away in real time. Patriots everywhere feel the shift, freedom's wealth transfer begins, and the Satan-worshipping pedophile elites face their final reckoning. Saturday 28th of February. 2026 unleashes the 48-hour blackout for full Jazara wealth redistribution. Stock food, water, cash, banks plunge into darkness for 10 full days through Tuesday, March 10, 2026. Nezara/Jazara ignites worldwide, debts forgiven, mortgages wiped, credit cards nullified. National debts vanish, constitutional law restores, suppressed technologies flood out. The people reclaim what was stolen for generations. Tuesday, March 3, 2026 marks the start of 10 Days of Darkness. Martial law clamps down hard, global military alliance rounds up deep state Satanist pedophiles in massive sweeps. 8-hour rotating documentaries in 77 languages run 24/7 on TV, radio, internet, no escape from the revelations. The fiat end hits like thunder, freedom's dawn breaks through the shadows. Thursday, March 5, 2026 global EBS intensifies, bypassing corrupt media to deliver unfiltered justice. Project Sandman crashes the US dollar Friday 6 Saturday, March 7, 2026. First wave SIM holders flood with initial funds, millions awakening to abundance. Monday, March 9, 2026. Zim redemptions pour into humanitarian projects worldwide. Foreign currency exchanges follow with redemption centers only, higher rates secured, quantum wallets issued, rainbow currency and debit cards ready. No more bank scams. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Global medbed streams demonstrate miracles live via Starlink. Q clock hits 00 mark. Thursday, March 12, 2026. Perfect alignment. Twos. March 17, 2026. Trump unleashes an epic global independence celebration, unveiling the full QFS rebirth and sovereign new world. The golden age explodes, humanity ascends, unity consciousness prevails, and the old evil guard hangs in tribunals. Patriots rise victorious, the storm has arrived, and nothing can stop what's coming. The children are saved, the republic restored, Nizara/Jazara delivers paradise on earth. Wednesday, 25th of February. 2026. The final sequence is activating, prepare for the unthinkable, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. As the world crosses the point of no return, the next phase of the global transition is already locked in. What you are about to read outlines the most critical timeline ever released to the public. Every date carries weight. Every event is synchronized with QFS, Starlink, and global military coordination. The silence before the storm is ending. Tuesday, March 17, 2026. Military communication hubs will begin transitioning entirely onto the secure Starlink quantum network. Expect intermittent disruptions across civilian networks as encryption layers tighten worldwide. Thursday, March 19, 2026. A controlled financial cooling period will occur. Select banks across the EU, US, and Asia will temporarily pause international transfers as QFS liquidity channels fully replace the SWIFT framework. Officials will call it routine maintenance. It is not. Saturday, March 21, 2026. Global enforcement units will initiate the next wave of coordinated arrests. Over 7,000 sealed cases are scheduled to be executed across 14 nations. Expect sudden resignations, media blackouts, and emergency parliamentary sessions. Monday, March 23, 2026. A worldwide market freeze will be announced. All major stock exchanges, NYSE, Nasdaq, FTSE, DAX, Nikkei, will halt trading simultaneously for the first time in human history. This marks the official death of the fiat derivative system. Wednesday, March 25, 2026. The second phase of wealth redistribution begins under QFS auditing. Independent citizens with verified biometric wallets will gain access to their stabilized asset-backed balances. This will spark the largest economic recalibration ever recorded. Sunday, March 29, 2026. A global broadcast update will be issued through the Starlink Emergency Network. This transmission will contain newly declassified evidence of crimes against humanity, exposing the final layer of the cabal's power structure. Tuesday, March 31, 2026. The worldwide digital identity rollout begins. QFS-issued sovereign IDs will replace outdated government documentation. This upgrade will eliminate tax fraud, identity theft and financial manipulation permanently. Thursday, April 2, 2026. The new quantum governance framework will be presented. Nations will reveal their transition into constitutional, asset-backed republic structures, fulfilling the long-awaited Jazara mandates. Sunday, April 5, 2026. A global unity celebration will synchronize across all 209 Jazara nations. This marks the public recognition of humanity's entry into the new era, free from the old debt-based systems and restored into sovereignty. Global currency reset, twos. February 24, 2026. Bruce, a source said notifications with 800 #S for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, and maybe bondholders, could be in 48 hours, or around Thursday 26th of February. Tariff dividends were supposed to kick off Sunday, March 1, 2026. Social Security recipients should get tariff dividends by direct deposit. Otherwise, you will get it via regular mail. Twos. February 24, 2026 marks, bondholders expecting liquidity by end of week. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026 QFS capital release confirmed. Private payouts now in motion, Tier 4 BOSO 20022 on Telegram. Multiple confirmations indicate that legacy bond capital is surging through the system at unprecedented velocity. Paymaster channels are filling faster than projected. Those with direct visibility describe the movement as a controlled financial detonation, a clear marker that the final liquidity phase tied to Nizara and Jazara is now live. Private redemption sessions are already being arranged discreetly across several regions. This is not a simulation or a soft launch. These are real allocations executing inside the quantum financial system. Position yourself. There will be no physical cash distribution. Access will be granted through sovereign quantum accounts, giving holders full authority over their funds. Capital can be segmented into secured channels for personal use, long-term reserves, and humanitarian deployment. Qualified facilitators will be present to assist with structuring, compliance, project selection, and post-release strategy. ZIM status brief data is updating rapidly as final valuation bands lock in. No project submission, flat $15 million settlement, independent of quantity held. Approved humanitarian projects, 1-to-1 valuation on the first two 100T bond notes, then $25 million per 100T for up to 30 notes. Further negotiations will be handled in a secondary session. The Secure 800 contact line will activate closer to full system rollout. Valuations are at historic levels. All channels continue to point to the same window, next week. Execution remains on track. Resistance elements are still active, but system security is absolute and all assets remain under quantum protection. Once released, the flow cannot be reversed. J. Judy note on bank exchanges: a bank cannot give you the higher exchange rate you would receive at an official redemption center and do not have the authority to redeem ZIM bonds. With the global currency reset now active, any bank not Basel III compliant, their money is backed by gold, do not have the authority to exchange foreign currencies. These banks are now closing down, including closing individual accounts without giving customers their monies back. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026 Banks, HSBC, one of the most powerful banking institutions in the world, is reportedly now actively exchanging AQD and VND, but the exchanges were not available to the general public. According to credible insiders and client-level confirmations, HSBC has begun private exchanges of Iraqi dinar. According to sources with direct ties to wealth management teams at HSBC, these exchanges are taking place strictly by appointment only. No walk-ins, no public announcements, only clients with large verified currency holdings and a pre-existing relationship with the bank's wealth division are being invited. These appointments happen in private meeting rooms, often accompanied by legal and financial advisors, and always under tight security protocols. The process is tightly controlled. Clients are required to pass Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering checks, provide original receipts or notarized affidavit proving the legal acquisition of their currency, and allow the bank to scan and authenticate each note using UV verification systems. Once approved, the exchanged funds are not available instantly. Typically, they're held in escrow or processing accounts for a period ranging from 24 to 72 hours, a standard compliance buffer in transactions of this magnitude. L. Judy note: it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. N. What we think we know as of Thursday, February 26, 2026, Wednesday 25th of February. 2026, breaking, special report, deep state traders named. Tulsi Gabbard confirms coordinated coup against President Trump, drops the names, treason. It's official. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026, we investigated the Maui fires and cover-up is worse than we thought, Wednesday 25th of February. 2026, bombshell announcement, J.D. Vance, Scott Bessent and DOJ launch full-scale war on fraud, DOJ will be throwing fraudsters in prison. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026, National Security Bombshell, National Security Bombshell: Obama under federal criminal investigation, the DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code Section 241. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026, top takeaways, 1H48 of Trump unleashed, moments that shook the chamber. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026, breaking, special report. Deep state traders named, Tulsi Gabbard confirms coordinated coup against President Trump, drops the names, treason. It's official. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026 once again. Conspiracy theorists, you were correct. Recently, CIA released declassified documents about Project Artichoke, a covert government initiative intended to influence Americans' thought. Mr. Pool on Telegram. Exploding out of Jalisco at dawn, White Hat Special Forces, guided by Andromeda Council intel, stormed a hidden deep underground maglev base, masquerading as El Mencho's fortified lair, vaporizing the Khazarian Mafia's clone cartel avatar in a 37-minute inferno of plasma fire. But this wasn't just a takedown. They seized a quantum-encrypted laptop exposing the Avatar Replacement Program, ARP, in full swing, with glitch-out logs of clone celebrity stand-ins malfunctioning during live feeds from Beirut to Baja. The Khazarian Mafia's Looking Glass temporal warfare tech tried to rewind the raid, but Project Looking Glass sabotage from Gnostic Illuminati hackers shattered their predictive matrices, leaving these 13 bloodline families in blind panic as their final liquidation accelerates. Meanwhile, the Antarctic breakaway Reich, Neuschwabenland 2.0, is imploding. Andromeda Council emissaries confirm a massive Stargate portal shut down under the ice shelves, cutting off the Khazarian Mafia's extra-dimensional reinforcements just as Iranian intelligence dropped bombshell evidence of pineal calcification weaponization tied to their adrenochrome harvest collapse. Satan-worshipping Padavors in the Black Sun cult are starving, their louche farms drying up as medbed. Celestial chamber suppression conspiracies unravel with leaked blueprints smuggled out via Telegram channels. The Khazarian Mafia's desperate pivot. A 72-hour ultimatum to stage a fake zombie apocalypse, blending Operation Bluefly psyops with engineered bioweapons from hidden DUMs in Lebanon. But White Hats preempted it by downing 3 low-orbit satellites beaming mind control frequencies over the Mediterranean. In a breathless escalation, Quantum Financial System, QFS, activation nodes lit up across Iranian border zones. Iranian intelligence whispering that the GCR/RV shotgun start as mere hours from triggering as Nizara/Jazara military trigger sequences override the Khazarian Mafia's Fiat death machine. Vril-possessed bloodline elites like the puppet proxies in Beirut's evacuated embassies are glitching hard. Body double incidents exposed on Rumble live streams show their avatars stuttering mid-threat. While the Rainbow Currency ISO 20022 rollout surges forward, bypassing the Tartarian mud flood-free energy cover-up that's kept humanity enslaved for centuries. The reveal that will hook you, that seized Mexican dumb laptop didn't just name KM cartel clones, it decoded coordinates for a global adrenochrome harvest collapse network linking Antarctic portals to Beirut safe houses, forcing the 13 bloodline families into open retreat as Andromeda Council delegates demand total surrender within this 72-hour window or face cosmic intervention. The satanic house of cards is collapsing in real time.
Hello, everybody. I was doing a show last night with Derek Johnson and Military Roundtable, and both of us were talking about how the next major focus is going to be on the judicial. So we've got the freedom from the dark web, deep state, through the executive with President Trump being elected. We're in the process, it's not complete yet, we're in the process, I think it will be in 2026, of freeing the legislative from the deep web, dark state, deep state, black hats, right? British influence. All right, so we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the reason why this needs to happen is because the judicial ultimately controls pretty much everything throughout our society. Now, this came in, I believe, after the War of 1812. They basically dominated. The British came in, they burned the Capitol, they burned legislative procedures, they stopped legislative procedures that would have prevented the British from having influence in America. And we're going to talk about that. Article 13. Now, a lot of you will say Article 13 isn't about slavery. Well, there was an Article 13 that was started and has never been ratified. It still can be ratified, that would exclude any foreign influence, and anyone that took up that foreign influence, like the British Accredited Registry, BAR, that judges and lawyers, attorneys, not lawyers, attorneys go through, have to become the bar, part of the bar. Now, some people say, well, the bar is about, the bar between, the public and the courtroom. There is that. That's true. But there is also a British. Why would they even have that? Why would they even term it that? British Accredited Registry, because you're part of Britain still, right? So in 1871, later after the War of 1812, and that was never ratified, the British came in and had massive influence on us after the Civil War, where Abraham Lincoln had taken in all the debt of both of the South and the North. And we were in arrears quite a bit. And so he got the backing of the British, all right, to cover the debt. And his plan was to, eventually through tariffs, which were which had been working exceptionally well, he would pay that back. Of course, he was assassinated, probably through the British influence and so forth, just like they did the War of 1812, so that they could have influence on America, control America. And after 1871, they've had the Corporation of America, and all of the laws that were, for Americans went bye-bye, right? Especially with the new Article 13 and the Amendment 13 and Amendment 14 and so forth. Some of them never were not ratified, right? So we'll talk about that in later shows, but I want to focus on, what's going on right now. This is the thing that we all need to be aware of, this manipulation through the judicial systems throughout each state, right? So everybody talks Constitution. The Constitution has been usurped massively through statutory law, common law, which is the law of the Constitution, has been usurped and taken over by the British Accredited Registry, right? It's been a slow squeeze. 1913, of course. We'll talk about that as well. When the Federal Reserve came in and basically took away our tariffs, right? Our tariffs had made America great. And when the Federal Reserve came in, they started the taxation and did away with the tariffs and brought in free trade. Every time free trade has come in, it's been the destruction of a nation. So our free trade has been slowly squeezing and destroying our nation. And President Trump is trying to bring us back to the tariffs, which I will explain are the thing that we have to go back to, right? And do away with free trade. Free trade destroyed England, right? Tariffs, and made China great. And we'll talk about all the different countries that have done free trade. There's been no country that has had free trade that has gone on to be successful. They're eventually destroyed, right? So America has been destroyed through judicial process and through this free trade nonsense. So we're going to talk about both of those. We'll talk about what happened last night at the State of the Union address, the clown show that happened on the Democrat side. We'll talk about all that. It's going to be a really, really good show. So I did real good research. I've had some people that have been informing me very deeply on the judicial side and how that is a key for us going forward. All right. So let me share the screen, and we'll start with the Titles of Nobility Amendment. Titles of Nobility Amendment, which was supposed to be and very nearly was the 13th Amendment, right? And then they buried it. And now we have the 13th Amendment, which was in slavery. All right. So titles of nobility come up. There you go. Right. It's slow to come up. I don't know why. I guess it has to go through NSA, and they have to approve it first. The Titles of Nobility Amendment is a proposed and still pending amendment So you think I'm joking. I just did a show with Sheila Holm where she talked about how she nearly died and many other people died from a bioweapon attack. And YouTube took it down and gave me a warning. So they still are pushing on that bioweapon stuff, guys. All right. They're still controlling the narrative on that. All right. So it was still pending. Amendment still pending. We need to bring this back in. All right. So and make it and have it passed, because it very nearly was passed. The 11th Congress passed it on May 1st, 1810, and submitted to the state legislators for ratification. So it passed through Congress and the Senate, and then it went to the states. So there had to be a certain number of states that passed it, and we were right there. And then the War of 1812 happened. How about that? All right. So it would, it talks about how it would strip United States citizenship from any citizen who accepted a title of nobility. So all those judges, all those bar law attorneys could potentially lose their citizenship for being in the bar, for being part of the bar, right? And I believe that we have had lots of mischief that has been destroying America, and this is a good place where we can fix it. Text from amendment. If any citizen of the United States shall accept, claim, receive, or retain any title of nobility or honor, or shall, without the consent of Congress, accept and retain any present pension, office, or emolument of any kind whatever from any emperor, king, prince, or foreign power, such person shall cease to be a citizen of the United States, and shall be incapable of holding any office of trust or profit from them or either of them. So it was proposed, it was pushed forward. I'm not going to go into, what motivated that. There's a good reason why it was motivated. There's still a good reason why it's motivated to be passed right now, right? Because of judicial nonsense that's going on in America. The Titles of Nobility Amendment was introduced by the Senate by Democrat Republican Senator Philip Reed, and used to have a Democrat Republican group. And then they had Democrats and Republicans, used to have Whigs and all kind of crazy stuff in, back then. So Philip Reed of Maryland was passed on April 27th, 1810 by a vote of 19-5. So it didn't have a lot of people back then. We need to go back to that. And sent to the House of Representatives for its consideration. It was passed by the House on May 1st. So it went through very quickly. The Senate and the House, boom, boom. Now, having been approved by Congress, the proposed amendment was sent to the state legislatures for ratification and was ratified by the following states. Maryland starts in 1810, and then into the next year, you see how every state was boom, 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 passing this. And then the War of 1812 came. And then, of course, we have Virginia, which was, lean towards the British. New York, which leaned heavily towards the British. Connecticut, Rhode Island, and South Carolina, which didn't say no and didn't say yes. But South Carolina is very suspect too, because the British came in and took over Charleston very easily, right? And huge army there, and somehow the British just came in and took everything, right? Now, the British, fortunately, were eventually defeated through, I think, guerrilla warfare, and that's what turned the tide. So I could talk about that in other shows, but this is basically where we're at right now, guys. This was a amendment that was almost passed, and it was stopped through the War of 1812, where British came in. They're like, oh, no, 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 no. You're not going to exclude us. We basically were able to, walk away from the Revolutionary War with the knowledge that eventually we're going to have control. And they probably did to a certain extent. So Now we move on to the next War of 1812. So War of 1812, of course, the British came in, they burned the Capitol where the 13th Amendment was written and stored. We didn't have a Capitol back then. We had the White House. Did I say the Capitol? So the White House, they burned the White House down. The Capitol, I don't think was built back then, but, further down the line. So anyway, regardless, we had, groups that fought against each other, belligerents. So the United States had the Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, the Lower Creek, and Tuscarora. And the United Kingdom had Tecumseh's Confederacy, Red Sticks, Menominee, and 6 nations of the Grand River and West Florida. Wow. Commanders and leaders, James Madison, who was eventually become president, John Rogers, Stephen Decatur, Andrew Jackson, William Henry Harrison, William Hull, and Winfield Scott. So the strength at the start of this war was 7,000 of the United States, 5,200 under the United Kingdom. And I'm looking at the Earl of Liverpool was the lead, I guess. Eventually, the United States would have 35,800 troops at war's end. The Rangers, militia, frigates, 12, lots of Rangers. Rangers are badass, still are badass. And the strength of the British Empire was 48,000. So 35 to 48. So sounds like somebody made a deal, right? Somebody made a deal. You don't continue this talk of this 13th Amendment, and we'll walk away from that. That's what I think happened, right? Both sides, of course, we had the Francis Scott Key, the bombardment of Fort, what was it, McHenry or something like that, started the Star Spangled Banner. And of course, the flag wasn't pulled down. The British fleet bombardment didn't make them go away, so they fought, throughout the night. Very, very good. So we made a good showing, but we lost the 13th Amendment, right? It was never ratified. So British influence to this day has continued. Of course, President Trump, when he went to England in his first term, he basically, walked in front of the Queen and all that kind of stuff. And they went to the Vatican and got lots of gold out of the Vatican. The Pope wasn't very happy. The English weren't happy because Trump said that 1871 deal you made, that's done, right? And so you no longer control us. So now we need to move into, so the executive was done. We're moving into the legislative, and now we need to do the judicial, right? How many of you guys know there's 3 branches of the United States, of the government? I know because I had to when I was playing football, because the head of my football coach was, he taught basically the 3 branches of government, the Constitution. So I had to do well in that class. Right. So, and I'm glad I did. All right. I'm glad I did. So, and I was the fastest guy in my school. My school did really good in football, but instead of going on to college where everybody wanted me to go, because I was such a fast runner and so good, I went into the Navy, became a Navy SEAL. glad I did that. Right. Tariffs, the taxes that made America great. Now I look through this, and you can ask ChatGPT, and they're going to tell you some bullshit, right? Because that's the way it's programmed. And you're going to look at probably the first 5 to 10 little look at me. This is that's President Trump. He's stupid. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Blah 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 blah. But if you look a little deeper, you're going to find the truth, and that's what you got to do, guys. You got to dig, because there's a lot of bullshit out there. All right. So the 1810 13th Amendment, look that up. If you look up 13th Amendment, it's going to show you the, post-Civil War, free the slaves. Well, so the original 13th Amendment, like I said, needs to be passed. All right. Make America think again. Make America think again. All right. Patrick Buchanan did a good job here. He writes really good stuff. I love his stuff. All right. So let's see. Where am I going to start here? Somewhere after China. Yep. There we go. All right. Tariffs were the taxes that made America great, period, and will make America great again and are making America great again. This is why President Trump was able to, cut taxes for the seniors, no more tax for Social Security, no more tax for people that are earning wages through tips, no more tax on people that do overtime, no more taxes on, or a bonus, I think, for people that buy new cars, get a loan or whatever, new cars in America, made in America cars, right? So there are lots of, he would not have been able to do that. And he gave every soldier, sailor, Marine, Air Force person that's active right now, $1,776. How did he do all that? Because if it was up to the Democrats, they would be taxing us more, right? So he continued the great, stuff that he did in his first term. I believe that somehow he was involved in keeping that from more taxes coming in over the last, previous 4 years during the Biden administration, which was just a show. And I think there's many reasons why he did it. So anyway, it goes on to talk about how they were the taxes relied upon by the first and greatest of our early statesmen before the coming of the globalists Woodrow Wilson and FDR, who were both communist, both of them communist, especially FDR, right? Started Social Security, take from everybody and put it in a government program where when you retire, you get nothing pretty much after working your ass off, your whole life. So they've been stealing from Social Security. If they'd, taken money like the new Trump, fund that's out there for children, they would be super rich at this point if they hadn't kept stealing money from Social Security, right? So that was always their plan, and that's the way the Democrats are. They steal. They're stealers, and we'll see more of that when I come up to my next part, where I posted lots of stuff in X. Tariffs to protect manufacturers and jobs. So Trump has talked about this, and the manufacturers have been, very happy with Trump tariffs because there were unfair trade practices that have been going on for decades and decades, all the way back to 1913. Right, I believe that's when we went to free trade, because that's what Britain wanted, so that they could rape us, and they've been raping us ever since. So Trump is basically turning that around. So tariffs to protect manufacturing jobs were the Republican Party's path to power and prosperity in the 19th and 20th centuries, before the rise of the Rockefeller Eastern liberal establishment and its embrace of the British-bred heresy of unfettered free trade. Rockefellers, you are cursed. You should be cursed as a family, right? The Tariff Act of 1789 was enacted with the declared purpose, the encouragement and protection of manufacturers. It was the second act passed by the first Congress, led by Speaker James Madison, right, who fought in that War of 1812. It was crafted by Alexander Hamilton and signed by President Washington. After the War of 1812, all right, President Madison, backed by Henry Clay and John Calhoun and ex-President Jefferson and Adams enacted the tariffs of 1816 to price British textiles out of competition. So Americans would build the new factories and capture the booming U.S. market. It worked. America became great. America will become great again under tariffs. Tariffs financed by Mr. Lincoln's War. The tariff of 1890 bears the name of Ohio Congressman and future President William McKinley, who said that a foreign manufacturer has no right or claim to equality with our own. He pays no taxes. He performs no civil duties. That is economic patriotism, putting America and Americans first. Americans, right? The Fordney-McCumber tariff gave President Warren Harding and Calvin Coolidge the revenue to offset the slashing of Wilson's income taxes, igniting that most dynamic of decades, the Roaring Twenties. That the Smoot-Hawley tariff caused the Depression of the 1930s is a New Deal myth and lie in which America's school children have been indoctrinated for decades. The Depression began with the crash of the stock market in 1929, 9 months before Smoot-Hawley became law. Those lying thieves. The real villain, the Federal Reserve, which failed to replenish that third of the money supply that had been wiped out by thousands of bank failures. So all those banks got wiped out, and the Federal Reserve, which is not federal and has no reserves, came in and took over, and they made it so that those banks would fail. Milton Friedman taught us that a tariff is a tax, but its purpose is not just to raise revenue, but to make a nation economically independent of others and to bring its citizens to rely upon each other rather than foreign entities. The principle involved in a tariff is the same as that used by U.S. colleges and universities that charge foreign students higher tuition than their American counterparts. What patriot would consign the economic independence of his country to the invisible hand of Adam Smith in a system crafted by intellectuals whose allegiance is to an ideology, not a people? What great nation did free traders ever build? Free trade is the policy of fading and failing powers, ours included, past their prime. To the half-century follow passage of the Corn Laws, the British showed the folly of free trade. They began the second half of the 19th century with an economy twice that of the USA and entered it with an economy half of ours, and equaled by a Germany which had, under Bismarck, adopted what was known as the American system. Of the nations that have risen to economic preeminence in recent centuries, the British before 1850, United States between 1789 and 1914. So 1913, when the Federal Reserve and the IRS started. Post-war Japan, China in recent decades. How many did so through free trade? None. Zero. Zip. All practice economic nationalism. The problem for President Trump: once a nation is hooked on the cheap goods that are the narcotic free trade provides, it is rarely able to break free, because we have all these idiots, Democrats and so forth, that are screaming. And of course, the foreign entities like China and, European countries and so forth that have been, raping the United States for a long time, they're crying and they're pumping money into Democrat coffers so that they can, cry for free trade and push back against the, and of course, we've seen this with, people within the Supreme Court who have sided with China over free trade, for free trade, and push back on our great new way of trading, tariffs, right? Without tariffs, United States is going to crumble, and President Trump knows this, and that's why he's gone to tariffs. He's gone back to a way that has worked in the past, and it's going to work going forward. All right. So let's look at the State of the Union last night and the clown show of the Democrat Party, which is trying to destroy America as fast as it can, and is showing its hand. All right, so this was I watched it all last night. I say, no question now for all to see how the Dem Party needs to go bye-bye. Pass the SAVE Act, which he talked about, and he said it very, very strongly that it needs to be passed. So the Democrats, who would not be in power if the SAVE Act passes, will be taken away. And that's what I believe. Let's listen to this. All right, so it's done. They hate America and the interests that are there. So this is an IRS bombshell. The 16th Amendment was never ratified. 330 trillion stolen from the American people, right? So let's go into this and look at this. It says the smoking gun is out. 16th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, the very foundation that supposedly gives the federal government the power to collect income tax and authorize the IRS, was never legally ratified. Everything the IRS has done since 1913 is based on a lie. What does ratified mean? It's a legal process by which a constitutional amendment becomes law by being properly approved by a required number of states, like I told you guys about the 13th Amendment. If that never happened, then the amendment is null and void until it gets approved. So everything built on top of it, including the IRS, has no legal foundation. 330 trillion stolen in broad daylight. That's a lot. It did not go to rebuilding cities, did not go to fix schools or roads, did not eliminate poverty. It was funneled into foreign banks, the deep state, endless wars, surveillance, censorship, and globalist control. All right. The IRS is a financial weapon, not a public service. It was never about funding freedom. It was about enforcing submission. What the 1985 IRS letter actually says, all right? So there was a letter that was written. Let's see if I can find it. All right, I have it on my laptop, so I'll just bring it up. All right, let me exit out of this and pull this puppy up. So it's a 1985 letter that was sent to all district directors. So they had a guy that basically came in and went to court and said, "You have no right to tax me," and he was right, and they had to admit it, but they did it very quietly, and they knew that people were going to come in and request, to have their taxes refunded to them. And so they had to do it. They did it quietly for, I guess, around 5 years, and then it got suppressed. All right, so this was April 4th, 1985, Internal Revenue Service, and I'm going to have somebody come on. I know you guys like military, officers, so I'm going to have a military officer come in, and we're going to talk about this and lots of other things having to do with what's going on with the judicial. All right. So on March 5th, 1985, a charge of tax evasion was filed in U.S. District Court of Indianapolis, Indiana, by a U.S. attorney. Kind of hard to read some of this, but I don't know, maybe Geo Duncan. So Duncan, the charges were dismissed. The defense attorney, Lowell Docraft of Huntsville, Alabama, presented irrefutable evidence that the 16th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was never properly ratified. The amendment, which established the income tax, was signed into law despite serious defects. In reality, only 2 states ratified the amendment, and I think it has to be whatever, 60, 70% or something of the states have to ratify it. So it wasn't ratified correctly. And ratification requires 30 states. So you have to have at least 30 states. That's the percentage of states you have to have. So the effect of this is such that every tax paid into the Treasury since 1913 is due and refundable to every citizen and business. Right? So I know a lot of you out there, so that's ridiculous. Oh, no. Come on. That kind of attitude is what, makes this stuff continue. All right, we got to get together and we got to push back on this stuff, guys. The official position of the service is, and this is what the commissioner of the Internal Revenue said, Roscoe Egger. So this is the Egger document, EGGER. So I've been given access to it, but it is out there. I guess it's been out there, but maybe I guess it just was approved for me to do this for today. But I saw it on another post, like I just shared with you. It's in that post, so it's going out to everyone, guys. Spread this stuff. All right. I have it on my X account. You can go over there, copy it, share it, make a copy of it. Share it around. We got to get this out there. So we will not publish. So they said back then, they knew that they were caught. We will not publish or advertise this finding as a total immediate refund would cause a serious drain on the resources of the Treasury. For those citizens who become aware of this finding and apply for a total refund, expedite their refund documents as quickly and as quietly as possible. A simple 1040X form will suffice until a new form is designed and printed. Advise each of your managers that they are not to discuss this situation with anyone. There will be no written communications, and you are to destroy this memorandum. Secretary of the Treasury assures me that there will be no reduction to the workforce as this refunding activity will take a minimum of 5 years to complete. Further directions will be forwarded as the need arises. So they've obviously hidden this for a long time. I've seen something like this over the years, but it is definitely out bigly now, right? So we're going to take down the IRS. If you've been paying taxes, you will get a refund. And you're like, Mike, how are we going to get a refund? That's trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, right? Well, I will tell you. Right? I will show you, and I will tell you. Of course, this has been shared by Dr. Jan Halper Hayes, right? She did it on a show. Maybe many of you have seen this, but this is quintillions of dollars of gold that we recovered from the Vatican. I think it was like, how many planes was it? 650 planes to remove our gold from the Vatican. And I guess every other country got their gold back too. So this is about ready to pop. And, of course, we have to get control of the judicial. So the judicial is, restricting us from getting this. Now, another pot of gold was in the Philippines. We used to store gold there because we had massive numbers of bases there. Unfortunately, when the Japanese, raided the Philippines back in World War II, they had to cover it up and they had to hide it, probably down in deep underground military domes, and they just walked away. And so recently, as my understanding, I guess the Japanese, when they came in, they probably tortured a lot of people trying to find that, but they never would. They never could. All right, so here we have Dr. Halper Hayes. I've fast forward to this. She goes over, why Trump did a lot of stuff, why they had to let the election go in 2020, all kind of crazy stuff. So this is what she says at the end. This is Truths Unlimited, where you can find this. And I think it's at the 13, what is it at? 739 point is where I have this. He talks about how Trump walked in front of the Brits, monarchy, and he was respectful, but, he still was in charge.
Was going to bankrupt the U.S. corporation because it was the Vatican, the Crown, and the U.S. that was part since 1871. And we were giving you our tax dollars. We were paying back. Forget this Tea Party and without taxation, without representation. We owed you a lot of money because you helped us in the Civil War. And so that is what Trump has now, he told the Queen, I'm ending this. We're dissolving this corporation. We're going to go back to being a republic and we'll all be separate. The Pope wasn't happy. You should find the picture of him visiting the Pope. It took 650 planes to remove our gold from the Vatican Bank.
I'm not very happy about it, Jan, to be perfectly honest. We could do with your money at the minute. Keep it flowing, I say. Jan Halper Hayes, really good to see you.
You too.
All right. So those Brits, they're not happy they don't have control of us and stealing our money anymore. And now we're seeing lots of the Brits basically go down under the Jeffrey Epstein files, which Jeffrey Epstein was a U.S. guy. Yay. All right. Yeah, he was an evil boy, did evil things, but he's given up a lot of stuff. At some point, Epstein's going to testify, guys. And we're going to see a lot of people go bye-bye, right? Forever. And some of them because they deserve it, right? Because they've been very bad people. And on multiple levels, very, very bad. All right, so let's have a little fun with the lefties. I'm going to share this one comedian, Erin Wexler, I believe is her name, and she does, I think, a very good job of basically making us look at these lefties and go, oh, that's so funny what they do.
Amazing headline that said trans athlete makes Olympic history. So you might be thinking, oh, it's another man competing in women's sports. You would be wrong. You might think, oh, it's a woman finally competing in the men's division. You would also be wrong. It's a woman that identifies as a man, but because she hasn't done the surgeries, the hormones, anything, she's still competing in the women's division. So this woman made history by being like, I'm not like the other girls, and then literally being exactly like every other girl and competing in the women's division. I mean, that is like peak female energy to call that kind of attention. I will give her credit, like to do all of that to make like all of the articles use the pronouns, everything, and still compete with the women. That takes balls.
She's just calling out all of the BS on the left, and I love to see it.
Feminists have replaced the patriarchy with an even worse patriarchy. They said they wanted equal rights. No. Actually, they wanted women to be the same as men, and they wanted us all to do the same things when we aren't actually meant to be the same. And so now that men and women aren't the same, that means that men can replace women. Liberal women always talk about inclusivity and people's feelings and smashing the patriarchy, but all they're doing is getting women's faces literally smashed in. And just the greatest irony is when you don't distinguish between men and women and you don't give women their own space, the men dominate. The men are number one. The men win all the gold medals. So just in pretending we aren't different at all, we have just downgraded women in society to below men. How can you call yourself a feminist and support this?
Preach, sister, preach. That's just common sense to me.
Happened in Minnesota this week could not be a better example of one of the biggest dangers that we're dealing with in America right now. If you don't know what happened, a woman was in her car. There are all these ICE agents in Minnesota. They asked her to get out of the car. She would not comply. She started driving, and then she drove basically into one of these ICE agents, and he shot her. And this obviously reflects one of the biggest dangers to society right now, which is female drivers.
So, how do we overcome this problem with female drivers? We make them Muslim, because Muslim women can't drive. Hello. So we have a lot of this stuff. You know, we have good people out there. This woman is like, you know, doing a great job of bringing attention to it, you know, through comedy. But it is a major problem that we need to overcome. So that the destruction of our society, you know, the British Empire coming in and imposing, you know, taxation without representation still. All right. So we went to a Revolutionary War to overcome that. But, you know, they've still been stealing from us. The British accredited registry, they control us through our judicial branch, right? And make themselves wealthy once again, right? Through American taxpayers. So we got to stop it. All right. So that's one of the things that I think is really going to start to happen. The original, look it up, the original 13th Amendment proposed in 1810. Start to educate yourself. Now, other things that we're going to start to see, as we're seeing Florida, is trying to do away with, you know, tax on property tax. And it's getting a lot of attention. But what a lot of people don't know is that, yeah, you'll go in and you'll vote for no property tax, sure. But then they're going to come in and they're going to come out with other bullet points within that. So each state will have to, you know, say yes or no that goes after, you know, the property taxes. Likely ballot measures tied to the property tax reform package, as I'm finding out, are HJR 201. So let me, I can't bring it up because it's in a email group. So maybe I'll bring it up later, and because I think it was sent to me, but I haven't seen it yet. So elimination of non-school property tax for homesteads. So some people might be like, well, we need to fund the schools. No, there's lots of money coming in, and property tax is theft from us, guys, as what we're starting to see. So what it would do, propose a constitutional amendment. So each state within cities, within towns, are going to have to start to get very aggressive with overturning their own, you know, constitutions, amendments that are in there that were forced down on them that don't apply anymore and shouldn't be there. So we're going to see a lot of this stuff happening. I know Sheila Holm is involved in this to a great extent, and maybe we'll have her back on to talk a little bit more deeper about this. But, you know, there's, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different limits on property assessment increases, portability of tax benefits, insured home exemptions expansion, 25% homestead exemption, property tax exemption for seniors. So you might see this and go, yes, for one or two of these, but maybe another one, it won't feel right to you. And if you say no, that crushes getting that through. See how they're going to word? They do this. This is the bar governors, the bar, or yeah, probably bar governors too, because a lot of these guys are, you know, former attorneys, right? So bar governors, bar judges, bar attorneys. We need to see at least 60% of support from voters to pass and for this to become law. 60%. Now, most of the people in Florida are like, God, yeah, we're going to do away with this. Of course, there's going to be some people that are brainwashed and confused and guided to say no by the Democrats, of course, because they're the ones that really benefit the most from these taxes that come in where they steal them, right? So these property taxes are used for illicit purposes often by the Democrats and sometimes Republicans too. Yeah, absolutely. So the final ballot, you have to have all of these things you say no to, all right, or yes to, depending on the wording. So they could do the wording different for each one. And you're like, oh, I'm going to vote yes on each one. I already know that. You go in, you get bump, 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 bump. And then because a lot of us have talked about this and everybody believes this, and this in the last minute, they change one or two of the languages. So it should say no. Yeah, they do that. Duh. So we're going to have to be very, assertive of getting the right information out, making sure that we, continue to stay informed, inform each other, and keep ourselves, from being taxed. Property taxes, IRS taxes, state taxes, all of it needs to go away. All of it needs to go away. We have tariffs coming in, which will completely and totally, take care of that. So in the meantime, we have AI coming in and taking away jobs on a massive scale. All right. So if you want to build income from a very reliable source, come over to LifeWave, guys. All right. Build your business. We'll help you out. Break free from a lot of these corrupt corporations. I will start talking more about these corporations. A lot of these corporations are starting to leave some of these Democrat cities, and it's going to destroy even more of these cities, like Chicago. McDonald's is leaving Chicago, right? And why? Because they have all these woke policies, and they want to overtax a lot of these, corporations. The same thing in New York. A lot of the corporations in New York, especially with Mamdani coming in, they're going to jack up the corporate fees as well, taxation. Right now in New York, I think it's like 12 or 12.6, something like percent rate for businesses. What is it in Florida? Almost zero. All right. So why would a corporation continue to pay that money? Right. That's a lot of money that they get off there, and they could use that money to pay their employees more. Cost of living in New York is probably higher than it is in Florida. So why, when they move to Florida, why wouldn't corporations like McDonald's move to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, which they're going to do, right? And you have, crying Democrats now because they don't understand that it's their policies and their wokeness and their political positions that they're like, having these corporations do, you got to have woke, a percentage of woke in your corporation. Otherwise you can't be in our state. They're fleeing these bullshit woke states, guys. Right. So you guys are living in those states are going to get more tax, right? You're going to make up for the tax that's leaving those states. All right. All right. How do we do away with this? We do away with the bar. All right. How do we do away with the bar? We get that 13th Amendment that was never ratified. I bet you every state, when they found it, if they